never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Ryan Daniels. Winter weather watches and warnings stretch from the West Coast to the Midwest as a powerful storm system bears down on millions. Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz issuing emergency executive orders for his state.
They're telling us this could be a pretty serious storm, so we prepare accordingly. We're ready for it.
It comes as blizzard warnings dot much of southern Minnesota. President Biden says support for Ukraine to defend itself from Russian aggression is unwavering.
Putin no longer doubts the strength of our coalition, but he still doubts our conviction.
That's what President Biden declared from Warsaw, Poland earlier today. He added President Vladimir Putin suspended Russia's participation in a key global nuclear weapons treaty. He went, he drank the water in East Palestine, Ohio. Governor Mike DeWine says it's safe.
How do we know that? We know that because it has been tested. But we're going to continue to test.
This comes after a freight train with more than 50 cars derailed in the town earlier this month, spilling toxic chemicals and sparking a big fire. DeWine also called on Congress to address loopholes that allowed the train operated by Norfolk Southern to enter Ohio without notification of the toxic chemicals that it was hauling. The Biden administration's out with a new immigration policy seeking to limit asylum. In order to seek asylum now, illegal immigrants must schedule a time to arrive at a port of entry. Illegal crossings dropped in January, but that is not stopping the governor of Texas from raising more red flags about it.
The governor says another surge is coming.
We have information about people who are in Central America right now.
Governor Greg Abbott has a message for those heading toward the U.S.
If you're coming toward the United States of America and you are thinking about making your border crossing in the state of Texas, you're picking the wrong state.
Last year, illegal immigration hit a high, and Abbott blames the Biden administration for rescinding many of the Trump-era policies. I'm John Schaefer.
This is USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
One day after President Biden stole away on a night train into the active war zone around Ukraine's capital city, a group of Republican lawmakers were in Kyiv meeting with President Zelensky. Congressman Mike McCall reiterated there's bipartisan support for the war effort against Russia, but weapons delivery is a key concern of his.
The plan right now from the administration is just enough to bleed through the winter and spring, but not enough for victory. We need to give them enough for victory.
The Texas Republican who leads the House Foreign Affairs Committee praised President Zelensky, saying he has beat the odds in a battle that few thought they could sustain. The Supreme Court is considering a lawsuit that could fundamentally change internet law. The High Court heard arguments in Gonzalez versus Google. The case challenges a controversial law known as Section 230, which shields websites from being responsible for harmful user-generated content. CNN anchor Don Lemon will return to the network's morning show after controversial remarks about women and aging directed at Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley.
You want to tell me I'm past my prime? Hold my beer and watch this, because I'm telling you, where we are going to take America is going to change all of that. And they know how hard I'll work, and they know how tough I am. Bring it. We're ready.
The news network's chairman announced Lemon agreed to participate in formal training and will appear Wednesday on CNN This Morning. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we're really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're going to hear from all our friends. We're going to do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All right, come on in. Gather round. It is that time once again. Welcome to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Got all the latest. All right, we will progressively, from time zone to time zone, work our way into already a Wednesday? Really? Hump Day is upon us once again. I had all but forgotten, I guess, what kind of winding things down. Fat Tuesday in New Orleans. Oh boy, the party. I guess they go till, what, about 2 a.m. or 2 a.m. Central Time there in New Orleans. And they'll bring the mounted police out. The ponies will clear the streets. And we'll transition to Ash Wednesday. I was checking some of the video cams down from New Orleans. Yeah, the party is on big time. What a mess. Either way, so yeah, hope you had a good Fat Tuesday. And I know it's, in some cases, all but impossible for many of our drivers trying to move freight around the country from the East Coast to the West. Tonight, impossible to get from point A to point B, depending on what part of the country you're in, and that is due to our, what will be a 1-2 punch, massive winter storm. I don't know the last time I've seen this much of the lower 48 encapsulated with high wind warnings, widespread blizzard warnings. Yeah, blizzard conditions right through the heart of Wyoming. Road closures, interstate closures there. North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, even portions of Wisconsin, blizzard warnings, and all around the blizzard warnings. Yeah, winter storm warnings. This is going to be a big one. It could be actually a record maker as far as snowfall accumulation in places like Minneapolis. Minneapolis said that there's a possibility of 18 inches or more from this storm. That would be a record breaker there. The February record of 13.8 inches of snow from a single storm is probably going to be smashed with this system. The snowfall could rank among the all-time top storms for any month in that city's recorded history. Now, Minneapolis, no stranger to wintry weather. All right, let's start off with, I had pulled up some of the road closures. I know maybe some of our drivers out there, if you're stuck on the side of the road somewhere, you can give us updates where things are shut down. From USA Today a couple hours ago, of course, we've been talking all week about this monster storm that will bring ice, blizzard conditions, and widespread travel disruptions across a 2,600-mile swath from coast to coast. Now, as I said, there's a high probability of Minneapolis picking up 18 inches or more of snow from this. Now, this past evening, Tuesday evening, Wyoming, indeed closed a 100-mile stretch of I-80 due to the blizzard conditions, whiteout conditions. Now, this is a major east-west corridor. How many hours? The initial report said probably going to be shut down for 6 to 8 hours. By Tuesday afternoon, the wind chill had dropped already below zero near Minneapolis. Interstates began to fill with snow in western Minnesota. This massive cold front already had made its way through most of Montana by midday this past day, and residents in the northern plains bracing for the big temperature drop. Rapid City, South Dakota, for example, warning residents on Tuesday morning, don't let your guard down because the temperatures would quickly drop from 50 degrees to near 0 degrees over a 24-hour period. So let's take you to North Dakota. I can confirm there are major interstate closures in place there. Some of these shut down just about an hour ago. We've got Interstate 29, north and southbound, closed from the North Dakota state line to Brookings. That was shut down at 8 p.m. I-29, north and southbound, closed from exit 132, that's Brookings, to Sioux Falls, exit 84. Yeah, that shut down about an hour ago. I-90, east and westbound, closed from Sioux Falls, exit 395, to Mitchell, exit 332, shut down about an hour ago. The combination of the accumulating snow, the strong winds causing snow and ice-covered roads with those blizzard conditions, and that's forecast to continue to deteriorate during the overnight hours and through the morning hours here Wednesday. Blizzard warning in place from the National Weather Service for much of the state. Heavy accumulating snow totals and sustained high winds causing blizzard-like conditions and extensive drifting of snow. Now, with conditions approaching near zero visibility and significant drifting, the DOT anticipates additional sections of Interstate 90 and 29 will be closed later on Wednesday morning as this system moves across the state. They anticipate no travel advisories expected to be placed on secondary highways throughout the state with the high winds, blowing snow, and low visibility. The advice is if your interstate is shut down, don't attempt the secondary highways. Trying to avoid those interstate closures, you're more likely to find yourself stuck out there with the potential of no one being able to get there to help you. So again, yes, major travel disruptions in Minnesota. The governor has declared a peacetime emergency, requesting Minnesota National Guard to assist in the rescue of stranded motorists and other emergencies. Forecasters say that the potential for Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport to be shut down for a time during this storm. Flight delays, obviously, and cancellations are going to be sweeping, especially with the airports through the northern tier of the country. Further south, the same storm will produce about a 1,300-mile-long band of ice. Yes, ice storm warnings, anticipating widespread power outages from about Omaha, Nebraska, all the way to coastal New Hampshire. The icy travel conditions and the potential for significant tree damage and power lines coming down includes the Milwaukee area, as well as Detroit, the northern suburbs of Chicago, and even all the way over to Boston, portions of northern Illinois, and southern portions of the lower peninsula of Michigan. Its southern portions of lower Michigan could see anywhere from a quarter to a half inch of ice accretion. So there is that swath there with ice storm warnings. It's not a very broad area, but again, stretching from central Iowa now through the southern reaches of Minnesota, northern Illinois, right on over into across southern portions of lower Michigan. And then the winds, high wind warnings, wind advisories stretching from Southern California, all the way into the Midwest from Louisiana into central Indiana, here southwest Ohio. The winds really begin to kick in further to the east from the Ohio Valley through the Mississippi Valley later in the day today. What a mess for travelers out there. Of course, at the same time, in that south central and southeastern reaches of the country, look at those almost summer-like temperatures that are going to be ushered in between now and the end of the week. We're talking 80-plus degree temperatures in many areas of the South. Records may be broke or shattered in parts of the southeast over the next couple of days. So really, it's a tale of two sides of the country. Yeah, northern tier, old man winter is ferocious. Yeah, in the southeast, an early taste of summer. All right, so trust your week's going well here as we already roll it into midweek. We'll check in with some of our listening friends coming up here. Who's on board out of the box as we make our way into the 22nd day of February. Winding down the month of February already. As always, our number 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, the big storm is pretty much top headline when you go to the various trucking industry headline websites. CDL Life, of course. Yeah, that's their top story. National Weather Service warning drivers plan ahead for this big system. Widespread hazardous travel from the west to the Great Lakes, lasting through the end of the week, through Friday. From the actual National Weather Service travel alert, several weather systems will stretch impacts from coast to coast. Heavy snow, low elevations in the west will extend across the interior, intermountain west, all the way to the Great Lakes. The strong winds will extend from the west and the southwest with critical fire weather threats. In the southern high plains, could see some strong thunderstorms and damaging winds in the mid-Atlantic. But snowfall 1 to 2 feet for most of the mountain ranges across the west, higher amounts possible. An axis of heavy snow will expand eastward across the northern plains into the upper Midwest and Great Lakes, on into interior northeast New England, Tuesday into Wednesday. Strong low pressure organizing in the lee of the Rockies, moving northeast across the plains and the Midwest. Now, some locations across the upper Midwest and Great Lakes will have a very brief reprieve. System number one is what they call a clipper system. When that exits the region, then comes the next round of heavy snow moving in. Yeah, there's a high probability snow totals over 8 inches from South Dakota through southern Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, the UP, northern portions of lower Michigan. Yeah, local totals 1 to 2 feet, particularly across southern Minnesota. Snow's going to be coming down at rates of 1 to 2 inches per hour, blowing snow. Road closures probably anticipated there as well. Now, we've already begun to see the impacts. At least 21 vehicles involved in multiple crashes that left one dead in North Dakota already from this storm. Accidents began to unfold on Monday south of Grand Forks along Interstate 29 and Highway 81. According to the Grand Forks Herald, the crash on Highway 81 claimed the life of one woman when the sedan she was a passenger in crossed the center line, striking an oncoming tractor-trailer. That sent both vehicles into a nearby ditch. Minor injuries to the driver of the car, but killing the passenger, a 26-year-old female. The truck driver and his passenger not hurt, but this was during the blowing snow conditions there. Poor visibility caused multiple crashes on Interstate 29 involving multiple tractor trailers, accidents that actually closed the northbound lanes as crews worked to remove the wrecked vehicles. And, of course, now we've got total closures, north and south, east and west. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. Who's on board? Philly Dan out of the box. Hey there, keep on humping, as he says. Stay safe. God bless the Rambler. Michigan Madman, they're getting ready for the ice, he says. Oh, boy, you're in that zone, the ice zone. Not fun. Adam says, hello from southern Indiana. Marianne, good morning, Steve, and the overnight family. And, Steve, congratulations on your son and his honor of Officer of the Year. Joe Self, morning, Steve, and the overnight drive listeners. A little cooler tonight, 43 degrees in Winchester, Virginia. Happy hump day to all. Keep it shiny side up, drivers. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Larry is on board, 36 degrees in Modena, New York. There's the Dipsy driver. Good morning, Steve, and the most informed audience out there. I'm with the Michigan Man-Man, expecting anywhere from a quarter to a half inch of ice here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan. You may have to fire up the generator if that comes to fruition there, driver. Have another great show, as always. Thank you much. Rock Pick on board, checking in from the phone there in Rochester, New York. Hello to Pappy, Harrison, Ohio. A little dizzle-minizzle. I ask all the nocturnal listeners, what day is it? What day is it? Let's go, Steve. Let's roll. Hey, wait a minute. I just got a notification on Rumble. Are you live there now? Well, quite honestly, I have not received any communiques from Josh or Kyle, but I know they had been working on that. So if you got the notification, we may very well be. Let me know. Let's roll. That would be good, right? Live via Rumble. We'll find out. Debbie says, roads in southern Montana, sheets of ice below zero temperatures, blowing and drifting snow. If you can, please wait and go another day. That's the word from local law enforcement there. Again, southern Montana. Hello to Rodney, Indianapolis, headed towards Chicago, looking for the weather change. Morning from Gilligan. Hello to the listeners. Clear, still warm at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia, 52. Keep it shiny side up. All right, good morning, Steve. There's Mike checking in. Hello to the Overnight Drive family. I pray Biden does not get us into World War III. That comes from Mike there in Beaver Creek. And there's more and more rumblings of that. Xi Jinping, China's premier, is supposedly headed to Moscow. A mano-a-mano meeting with Vladimir Putin. What's that going to translate into? I guess the headline I've got in the mix over here when we get to our news is Vladimir Putin pulling out of a nuclear treaty, kind of threatening World War III. Scary times, folks. Hello to Roy in Northwest Illinois. Right at the freezing mark tonight, little windy. Sylvester checks in from Terrigal, New South Wales, where it's a cool 67 degrees. It is a cooler day, isn't it? A little rain, okay. Looking forward to another amazing show. Hope we can pass that your way. Plowboys on board in Decatur, Alabama. Wishing everybody a safe night. Thanks, Steve and the Hot Shot Secret. We're at 65 degrees, a light breeze, almost feeling spring-like tonight. Yes, indeed. All right, 5-7, copy in the mail. Good to have you on board. And some of our friends chatting back and forth there. All right, as they like to do. Hey, there's the Rambler on board. Hey, Rambler, good evening or good morning, wherever you might be. Brother Rambler checking in from Atmore, Alabama. We're at a comfortable 68 degrees. Well, God's children, it's Lent. What sin are you going to give up for 40 days? Drinking, smoking, pornography? Yeah, I'll call in later. Until then, stay safe all, and God bless. That's Ash Wednesday leads into Lent. I guess that means, what, fish fry season is upon us? The churches will be doing the fish fries every Friday. It's a big thing, I know, in this town. Fish fry. All right, good to have you on board. Our number, 844-844-3388. Yeah, we'll get to a news break coming up here. Brian just chimed in and said, yep, you're live on Rumble. Let's get ready to rumble live right now. All right. Thank you so much for the update. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says the people of East Palestine, Ohio will not be left behind or forsaken after this month's Norfolk Southern train derailment and toxic release. Earlier today, he called on Congress to address loopholes that allowed the train to enter Ohio without any word about what it was carrying.
This train did not qualify under current law, and it's just absurd.
The EPA, in the meantime, ordering Norfolk Southern to pay for all the cleanup associated with the derailment. Ukrainian President Zelensky is thanking the U.S. for rallying international support for his country in its fight against Russia. In a tweet following President Biden's speech on the conflict from Poland and a visit from Republican Congress members today, Zelensky repeated Biden's remarks that the capital city of Kyiv stands strong and free nearly a year into the invasion. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
As a dentist, I know what my patients are saying during times when they really can't speak.
Mm-hmm.
She says her gums are irritated.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you can do? Absolutely. You can try New Crest Advanced Gum Restore.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, New Crest Advanced Gum Restore. It detoxifies below the gum line to restore your gums back to health in just 7 days.
Healthy mouth.
Exactly. Healthy gums, healthy mouth.
New Crest Advanced Gum Restore. Healthy, beautiful smiles for life.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute, Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I got the very latest on the mess in Ohio with the train derailment several weeks ago. I shared the video here just a little bit ago. Someone called last evening asking if I had seen that. I had not at that point. Had one of the residents down at the local creek or stream. And he's sharing, uses his foot to kind of shuffle some of the rocks right at the bank of the stream, and you can see the sheen of the chemicals, the rainbow colors, like you would see if you have an oil, you leak oil on the driveway or whatever. When the rain comes down and gets wet, it kind of floats to the top. You see that rainbow sheen, and pretty much everything is dead in that stream. And it would take probably, if you let it just go and waited for nature to take its course, probably a decade, maybe longer, for those chemicals to clear out of there. So he's kind of alluding that they're going to have to come in. The EPA this past day has pretty much ordered Norfolk Southern now to get in there and clean it up. You're going to have to remove the soil anywhere that these chemicals are. We'll give you the latest on that coming up here. Meanwhile, Gail checks in. Hello, Gail. Just got over having COVID. The jab I took, I think, messed up my immune system. My mom now has COVID. Praying for my mom. But it's feeling like we're going into an early spring here in eastern Texas. The warm-up, yes. Hello to John. Greetings, overnight drivers, and Steve. The GM parts train just parked in Grand Rapids for an 8 a.m. pickup. It's already snowing in this wretched state of winter hell. Break up at 10 a.m. tomorrow, hoping to rocket south out of here into the warm sector of this storm before I get stuck or slide off on the skating rink that they forecast is coming our way. Be safe, and prayers for all the drivers. Be safe out there this week. All right, thank you so much. Yeah, how about that? You know it's coming. You want to get your load and get south because the warmer temperatures are not too far south of you. All right, the threats of World War III, I don't know, scary stuff. I mean, it's saber-rattling. Saber-rattling is the term. Vladimir Putin declaring this past day Moscow will suspend their participation in what is known as the New START Treaty. the last remaining nuclear arms control pact with the United States, sharply upping the ante amid tensions with Washington over fighting in Ukraine. Speaking in his State of the Nation address, Putin also said Russia should stand ready to resume nuclear weapons tests if the United States does so, a move that would end a global ban on nuclear weapons tests that's been in place since the Cold War times. Now, explaining his decision to suspend Russia's obligations under New START, Putin accusing the United States and NATO allies of openly declaring the goal of Russia's defeat in Ukraine. They want to inflict a strategic defeat on us and try to get our nuclear facilities at the same time, he said, arguing that while the United States has pushed for the resumption of inspections of Russian nuclear facilities under the treaty, NATO allies had helped Ukraine to mount drone attacks on Russian air bases hosting nuclear-capable strategic bombers. The drones used for it were equipped and modernized with NATO's expert assistance, and now they want to inspect our defense facilities? In the conditions of today's confrontation, it sounds like sheer nonsense. Putin emphasized Russia is suspending its involvement in the New START and not entirely withdrawing from the pact just yet. Now, this New START pact, signed in 2010 by then U.S. President Barack Obama and Russian President Medvedev at the time, limits each country to no more than 1,550 deployed nuclear warheads and 700 deployed missiles and bombers. It kind of reminiscent of sweeping on-site inspections to verify compliance. Now, just day before the treaty was due to expire in February of last year, Russia and the United States agreed to extend it for another 5 years. Now, we see that lasted 1 year. Russia and the U.S. have suspended mutual inspections under the New START since the COVID pandemic, but Moscow last fall refused to allow their resumption, raising some uncertainty then about the future of that pact. Now, Russia has also indefinitely postponed a planned round of consultations under the treaty. A lot of talk. What significance does it actually hold? But all right, we've got lines open at 844-844-3388. Yeah, we've had this ongoing saga for years now out of the state of Louisiana, where they were staging fraudulent crashes with 18-wheelers so they could make big insurance claims. Dozens of people have been sentenced, prison terms, and I guess 2 more have just been sentenced in what has been known as Operation Sideswipe, the fraud scheme involving tractor trailers. The latest is 62-year-old John Diggs and 68-year-old James Williams of Gibbon, Louisiana, each sentenced to 10 months in prison for their role in the fraud scheme. Each pleaded guilty to conspiracy to commit mail fraud in connection with the New Orleans case involving staged collisions between automobiles and tractor trailers. Diggs and Williams apparently conspired with passengers, Lois Russell and Tanya Givens, to stage an accident with the tractor trailer at the intersection. Okay, whatever. But the other 2 have already participated in, been sentenced. But Hickman, while driving Russell's car, intentionally struck the 18-wheeler, fled the scene. With the other, Russell told the New Orleans police that she was the driver, which she wasn't. And of course, they go on to make claims for personal injury to the insurance companies. And the insurance companies paid out, in this particular incident, $272,000+ dollars for those fraudulent claims. 4 others were recently sentenced for their roles in Operation Sideswipe. They go through that, but dozens of others. They had a lot of people participating in these fictitious crash. It's all insurance fraud schemes. Our number 844-844-3388 as we make our way into Hump Day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Well, hello to Debbie, checking in from Indiana. Good morning, Steve. Congratulations on your son, Officer of the Year. I'm sure you and the princess are very proud. Yes, we are. Anyway, we got a cool morning here in Indiana, 41 right now, but we're going up to 67 this afternoon. The rain hasn't started yet, but it's coming. Everybody be safe out there, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. Have a wonderful wet Wednesday. That's what it's going to be, yeah. I think our wind advisories kick in. Is it, I think, 11 o'clock here on Wednesday morning till about 1 a.m. Thursday. Yeah, they're talking gusts, 45, maybe 50 miles per hour. All right, I mentioned Norfolk Southern, the Environmental Protection Agency, yesterday ordering Norfolk Southern to clean up and be responsible for all necessary actions in regards to the train derailment, the massive fire, the controlled release, the burn-off. This has upended the lives of East Palestine families, and EPA's order will ensure the company is held accountable for jeopardizing the health and safety of this community, according to the EPA administrator in a press release this past day. To which he says, let me be clear, Norfolk Southern will pay for cleaning up the mess they created and for the trauma they've inflicted on this community. Now, the order demands Norfolk Southern identify and clean contaminated soil and water resources, reimburse the federal agency for cleaning services to be offered to the town's residents and businesses, attend public meetings at the EPA's request, post information online, and pay the EPA for all work done under the order. Now, he said, I'm deeply grateful for the emergency responders, including EPA personnel, who've been on the ground since day one, ensuring there was no loss of life as a result of this disaster. But now, as we transition from emergency response, we will coordinate closely with local, state, and federal partners through a whole of government approach to support this community during the remediation phase. To the people of East Palestine, we stand with you now and for as long as it may take. Now, the order also said Norfolk Southern will have to pay triple the cost if they fail to comply with the order. Of course, there's already some who filed class action lawsuits against the carrier, including the spill of vinyl chloride. That suit charges Norfolk Southern with negligence in operating the train, causing the residents to be exposed to toxic fumes, substances, carcinogens, being forced out of their homes. Of course, we know all that, but kind of interesting how you look at follow the money. It's been 2+ weeks, and it seems kind of like some of this, hearing from the likes of the EPA this past day that, you're going to clean this up. I don't know if they had any intention. Norfolk Southern was trying to make it sound like, hey, the air's fine, the water's fine, your drinking water's okay. We've been hearing that message. And there's been a lot of blowback in regards to Buttigieg. All of a sudden, Buttigieg is now speaking out. He says, I should have spoken sooner. You think? I mean, you're the guy in charge of the Department of Transportation. But as you follow the money, look at the money. A new report from the New Republic suggests that some of those expected to help hold Norfolk Southern responsible are the same individuals that's gladly taking their money over decades. The rail industry has spent nearly $800 million to lobby the government, the government that's supposed to oversee them, since 1998. According to Open Secrets, Norfolk Southern spent $1.8 million lobbying just last year, $1.6 million the year before. Since 1998, Norfolk Southern spent over $79 million on lobbying efforts and just shy of $17 million in political contributions. Now, it's both sides of the aisle, they say. The company favored Democrat congressional candidates 55% to 44%, but indeed doled out hundreds of thousands of dollars to all political persuasions, people who one day may be called on to hold them accountable. Senatorial and congressional campaign committees for both parties received money last year. 71 Democrats, 62 Republicans in Congress. For instance, Chuck Schumer received $10,000 from Norfolk Southern last year, as well as the leftist Democrat Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois, James Clyburn, Hakeem Jeffries of New York. Mitch McConnell received $5,000, as did Senator John Boozman of Arkansas. You've got these committees, these oversight committees, the investigating committees. Almost half of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, members of that committee pocketed money from Norfolk Southern. The relationship that the government, which the residents of East Palestine have been told will ensure justice, is divvied out. The relationship they have is, it's incestuous for reasons beyond money. 75% of the company's lobbyists last year previously held government positions. Now, Norfolk Southern Railroad just celebrated double-digit percentage growth in revenue, record revenue in operating income, noting that at the end of year financial report, they had raked in $12.7 billion with a B in 2022, up 14% from the previous year. Yeah, they managed this despite reportedly accounting for over half the hazmat damages involving rail transportation in this country last year. Yeah, according to the New York Times, the rate of accidents on the company's railway, Norfolk Southern, has increased in each of the last 4 years. And they go through numerous hazmat incidents that have occurred on Norfolk Southern's rail lines. All right, so, follow the money, follow the money. Our number, 844-844-3388. What's going on, Pappy?
Are you ready to rumble?
How about that? I hadn't got any message or anything. And
yes, sir, you are live on Rumble, and the live chat stream is set up and rolling also.
So for those who like to chat on YouTube, it's just rumble.com, right? You can go to your internet, rumble.com. You've got the app. It's a free app, right, where you can download the app?
Just download the app, just like you would anything else. Do a Steve Summers Overnight Drive search. Your thing will come up, and you just hit the like button or subscribe, right? And it's no different than YouTube, Steve.
So you've got
YouTube,
you got the video and everything there then, all right?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay.
sir.
How about that?
Just like on Facebook, right?
Yep.
Outstanding, because, Steve, there's no censorship on Rumble. Follow me?
100%. We know what it's all about, yes.
Yes, sir. I'm sitting here cooking some sausage, Steve. I'm about ready to make some sausage and eggs. Have you ever heard of New Wave technology? I bought this about, 5-6 years ago. It's a little stove, I guess. You plug it into the outlet and put a frying pan on there. You just take this thing wherever there's an outlet, and you can fry you up some bacon, eggs, whatever, man. It's kind of cool. Huh. What's really cool about it, the reason it's called New Wave, I guess, is you can actually put your hand on the stove, too. It's just a round circle, about 14 inches in diameter. You can put your hand on that, Steve. You won't get burned. Right?
Now, how does that work?
I think it works off of like vibration.
Wow.
Weird. It's like putting your hand on a stove that's not hot, but you touch that frying pan, you burn your butt. Mm-hmm. It's kind of cool. But I could plug that thing right into the generator too, Steve, if I wanted to.
There you go, all right?
You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Hey, listen, man. About 0400, Steve, when you were on the air last night, Putin came out and gave his little State of the Union address, right? See, this is serious business. Serious mouth running on both sides. Steve, what happens when you get two drunks that walk out of a bar and they're running their mouth at each other in the street?
Somebody throws a punch.
Right? Sooner or later, somebody throws a punch. That's what we need to worry about. I mean, you pretty much spelled it out here for us, how Putin announced that he was going to get out of this Strategic Nuclear Defense Arms Treaty that's been in place for the last 30 years. Scary stuff, Steve. These are big words that these two are throwing out. The Biden administration, Vice President Hackle is what we talked about. She was running her mouth in Munich. What I talked about last night.
Right.
All this talk, wanting Putin removed from office, taken down from power. Steve, telling you, man, not good. 50 years ago yesterday, Steve, Nixon took his first trip to China, 1972. It seems a little funny that the CCP decided to go visit Russia yesterday, don't it?
I haven't seen the time frame, but I do see, the headline that Xi Jinping is going to be going to Moscow to meet with Putin.
Yeah, I thought there was another representative from China that showed up yesterday.
Okay.
Couldn't be mistaken. Maybe it was just the announcement yesterday. But on February 21st, 1972 is when Nixon went over to China. Steve, we talked about this in the past. There was two reasons for this. China's economy was a sham, right? We went over there to try to convince China to see things our way, right?
Mm-hmm. And we got to pause there. We close out hour number one, but we return after this on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Winter weather watches and warnings stretch from the West Coast to the Midwest as a powerful storm system bears down on millions. Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz issuing emergency executive orders for his state.
They're telling us this could be a pretty serious storm, so we prepare accordingly. We're ready for it.
It comes as blizzard warnings dot much of southern Minnesota. President Biden says support for Ukraine to defend itself from Russian aggression is unwavering.
Putin no longer doubts the strength of our coalition, but he still doubts our conviction.
That's what President Biden declared from Warsaw, Poland earlier today. He added President Vladimir Putin suspended Russia's participation in a key global nuclear weapons treaty. He drank the water in East Palestine, Ohio. Governor Mike DeWine says it's safe.
How do we know that? We know that because it has been tested. But we're going to continue to test.
This comes after a freight train with more than 50 cars derailed in the town earlier this month, spilling toxic chemicals and sparking a big fire. DeWine also called on Congress to address loopholes that allowed the train operated by Norfolk Southern to enter Ohio without notification of the toxic chemicals that it was hauling. The Biden administration's out with a new immigration policy seeking to limit asylum. In order to seek asylum now, illegal immigrants must schedule a time to arrive at a port of entry. Illegal crossings dropped in January, but that is not stopping the governor of Texas from raising more red flags about it.
The governor says another surge is coming.
We have information about people who are in Central America America right now.
Governor Greg Abbott has a message for those heading toward the U.S.
If you're coming toward the United States of America and you are thinking about making your border crossing in the state of Texas, you're picking the wrong state.
Last year, illegal immigration hit a high, and Abbott blames the Biden administration for rescinding many of the Trump-era policies. I'm John Schaefer.
This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
One day after President Biden stole away on a night train into the active war zone around Ukraine's capital city, a group of Republican lawmakers were in Kyiv meeting with President Zelensky. Congressman Mike McCall reiterated there's bipartisan support for the war effort against Russia, but weapons delivery is a key concern of his.
The plan right now from the administration is just enough to bleed through the winter and spring, but not enough for victory. We need to give them enough for victory.
The Texas Republican who leads the House Foreign Affairs Committee praised President Zelensky, saying he has beat the odds in a battle that few thought they could sustain. The Supreme Court is considering a lawsuit that could fundamentally change internet law. The High Court heard arguments in Gonzalez versus Google. The case challenges a controversial law known as Section 230, which shields websites from being responsible for harmful user-generated content. CNN anchor Don Lemon will return to the network's morning show after controversial remarks about women and aging directed at Republican presidential candidate Nikki Haley.
You want to tell me I'm past my prime? Hold my beer and watch this. Because I'm telling you, where we are going to take America is going to change all of that. And they know how hard I'll work, and they know how tough I am. Bring it. We're ready.
The news network's chairman announced Lemon agreed to participate in formal training and will appear Wednesday on CNN This Morning. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, welcome back here. Hour number 2 underway. Got a long night coming your way. It's 844-844-3388. And greetings this morning from TNCRadio.live. We apologize for the technical difficulties from last night. I didn't mention it on the program. I had got an email from Terry. I guess The link wasn't there, and I'm not sure. He said we believe we've got the issue has been resolved. So there you go. I think you heard several hours of just commercials. So back up and running. Hey, coming up later this morning at 5 a.m. Eastern Time, right after the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, catch the Tuesday Ladies Night lineup. First, it's St. Christopher Fun's Shannon Courier with her special brand of hospitality on Southern Route. And then next up, Shelley and Kathy bring you Women Road Warriors. Finally, at 7 a.m. Eastern, Sarah Barnes Humphrey brings you the latest on supply chain with Thoughts and Coffee. All three are fresh, new, and entertaining, made for you, the drivers. And yeah, looks like the next couple of days may be a bit dicey weather-wise, to say the least. Let us know what you're seeing out there. You can give us updates on the Facebook Truckers Safety Info Group, including TNC Radio's morning weather briefing. Come join the group of over 6,000 truckers keeping each other updated on the latest information, weather, traffic, safety. All right, here's what I see. Chinese leader Xi Jinping preparing to visit Moscow for a summit with Russia's president in the coming months, they're saying now, according to those familiar with the plan. As Vladimir Putin wages war in Ukraine, portrays himself as the standard bearer against a U.S.-led global order. Beijing says they want to play a more active role aimed at ending the conflict. And people familiar with Mr. Xi's trip plans said a meeting with Putin would be part of a push for multi-party peace talks and allow China to reiterate their calls that nuclear weapons not be used. Of course, we expressed skepticism about China's diplomatic motives and broad outlines of which were first previewed last week by the country's top diplomat, Wang Yi, at the Munich Security Conference. They say arrangements are in the early stage. Timing hasn't been completed. We're probably talking April, maybe early May, when Russia celebrates its World War II victory over Germany, an event that the Kremlin last year used to liken Ukraine's elected leaders as Nazis. Now, since Mr. Putin ordered his armies into Ukraine, we've seen thousands of lives lost, millions of displaced, shot waves through the energy markets and the global economy. Mr. Wang arrived Tuesday afternoon. That's what Pappy was talking about, the diplomat this past day, in a trip that China's foreign ministry has billed as an opportunity to discuss China-Russia relations and international and regional hotspot issues of shared interest. So there you go. You are correct that, I guess that's their top diplomat that arrived in Moscow yesterday.
Yes, sir. Maybe China, Steve, maybe they might not want no nuclear war to break out yet, neither. They got their plans they want to do, Steve. So maybe that MAD is still in the back of their head, mutual assured destruction.
Mm-hmm.
But Steve, there's two reasons we went to China. The first one was, to kind of get them to look at capitalism, right? And it was a money-making machine for the United States, too. Over the years, though, China played us. The second reason, Steve, is we did not want China forming any kind of alliance with Russia. We wanted them to play ball with us, and it worked. Who was our number one adversary in the 70s, Steve?
At the Cold War. Russia.
Yeah, was it China? Was it China or Russia?
Russia.
Russia. Who's our number one adversary now, Steve?
Many think it's still Russia, but the experts say it's technically China.
It's China. Make no mistake about it. The only way Russia's a threat, if he pushes that button, Steve.
Right.
Other than that, they're not a threat to us. So what do we have now, Steve? We tried to keep China from forming an alliance with Russia. And now what did we just push? The UN pushed by not invading, but pushing the UN right closer and closer and closer to Russia is the reason this is all going down. Now China's forming an alliance with Russia, Steve. The one thing we didn't want.
The communists are going to stick together.
The administration's running their mouths. They're not threatening in China, but Steve, what are they complaining about? We don't want Russia giving arms to, or we don't want China giving arms to Russia to assist them in this Ukraine war. What the heck have we been doing, Steve?
Arming Ukraine.
They want to complain if China helps out Russia, but we're doing the same thing? I mean, these people are numbskulls, man. Let's hope to God that calmer heads prevail here and somehow they get brought to the table to put this thing to an end. I'm not sure the number of Ukrainian and Russian lives have been lost. I don't know the exact number, but I'm sure it's in the hundreds of thousands. And again, Steve, I need Biden to come to the American people, right? Not at 4 p.m., but give a State of the Nation address to the nation, 8 p.m. at night, and try to convince me why Ukraine is a national security threat to the United States if it falls to Russia. If Ukraine wouldn't have been so corrupt, that government was listed as, I think, one of the top 3 corrupt governments in the world. Maybe people would have started to have a different opinion of them. If you notice the polls, Steve, when the war first broke out, only 20% of the American population were kind of hesitant to, everybody was on board with Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
We need to do what we can do for Ukraine. Everybody's flying the Ukrainian flag. See, now it's 51% of the American people are hesitant now to keep giving and giving and giving our money. All this money we're giving Ukraine is all borrowed money, Steve. Our economy is in the tank. And instead of worrying about what's going on here in our country, taking care of our house, we're sending all this money we don't have, which is going to hurt our economy even worse.
So it's not the economy that's in the tank; it's our checkbook or our bank account. I mean, the trillions and trillions in debt because you're getting.
Steve, this could cause our economy to collapse if we don't get control on this spending. We're in trouble. The House better stick to their guns here about raising the debt limit. It's out of control. I heard something the other day, Steve, that the FDIC, right? You said you got $200,000 in the bank.
Mm-hmm.
That's the federal government. That's, the FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Commission, will insure up to $200,000 if the banks fold up. If you go to the bank and try to get your money out and the doors are locked, what are you going to do, Steve? It's happened before. You stick your ATM card in the machine and it don't come out. I heard that the FDIC has $6 billion tucked away for their insurance, if, to insure the American citizens' bank account. Steve, you know how much money Americans have in savings accounts across this nation?
In other words, the FDIC would not have any slight form or fashion of money to back up the people.
No, sir. They don't have it. So there's going to be a lot of people, if things go bad here, there's going to be a lot of people. The government's going to say, sorry. How many times something will happen on your car and say, sorry, we're not going to insure that. What about, Steve, when you had that insurance on your stuff in your house, right? Your refrigerator, whatever.
The fine print. Read the fine print. We can actually, we'll give you $100 on your after you purchase your new dishwasher.
Yes, sir. You realize the bank's only required to hold 10% of your money. The rest of it, Steve, they invest. The bank's got to make money.
Oh, yeah.
You stick $100,000 in the bank, Steve, technically, if you go to the bank and say, I want to take $50,000 out, they can say, we can give you 10 right now. Just things to think about, man. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, there was a time when, banks want to incentivize people to make deposits so they have more money to loan for others to purchase a home or purchase a car or whatever the big ticket item's going to be. And that they used to do that by offering a decent interest rate on your deposit, like a guaranteed return. But those days are pretty much gone, aren't they? What do you get on a deposit, interest on your savings account?
Steve, you heard of bailouts, right? Happened before, right?
Right.
2008, 2009, the government bailed out the banking community, right? Have you heard of a bail-in? You know what a bail-in is?
I'm not familiar, no.
Is when the banks take your money. That $100,000 that you deposited to the bank, they're only required to keep 10%. That other 90%, they take from you. And they close their doors. And you go to the bank to get your money, and it's not there. Steve, this just happened a few months back over in Europe, and I'm trying to think where this happened at. I'll have to look it up. Maybe you can do some Googling there. Banks closed, Steve. People were showing up, and the bank doors were locked. People could not get any money out. They went to the ATMs. They were interviewing this one lady. Went to an ATM, stuck her card in, went to try to get some money out. Wouldn't work. The machine didn't even give her card back.
Yeah.
We
can go all the way back to It's a Wonderful Life, the prime early years example of how the bank system works. I mean, Mr. Bailey people want their money. He said, hey, well, your money is over in this guy's farm and that guy's farm. And, we only have so much here. That's the way it is.
Yes, sir. So, if I had hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars, I'd try to be, doing something else, but sticking that in a savings account somewhere in some bank. Trying to make some other type of investments. I don't know about trusting these banks to hold on to your money.
All right. All right. Well, hey, Pappy, good to hear from you. Happy hump day.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Mike.
Everybody hammer down. Yes, sir, it is.
There you go. All right, and plenty of room for you at 844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, we were talking about the big warm-up on the horizon in especially the southeast. I mean, you're literally talking maybe a little taste of early summer for some areas. It's already been a rather mild winter for some. Many locations will soon be feeling more typical of May or June versus February as the southerly breeze brings warm air into the southern states now, today, and Thursday. Temperatures rising into the 80s. Yeah, folks in Atlanta may wonder if, hey, is it early summer? Yeah, the Arctic air is displaced to the north. Yeah, this weather phenomenon is precisely the culprit for the warm-up taking place in the southeast. Daily high records will be broken in many places today and Thursday, including Atlanta, Nashville, and across the Carolinas. Nashville's long-standing daily record for today is 74 degrees. They hit that back in 1897. There's a possibility you could shatter that with a forecast high of 80 degrees. Temperatures will rise to levels Thursday that'll make the weather feel more like early summer. Raleigh and Charlotte, North Carolina, both set to be well into the 80s, easily breaking the daily records in both of those cities. Forecast high for Thursday in Raleigh and Charlotte, maxing out in the 80s. Further to the north, Richmond, Virginia, Washington, D.C., you're going to see a big change between Wednesday and Thursday. Temperatures surging 20, maybe 30 degrees. Now, the high today in D.C. Looks like the low 50s. You're set to reach the lower 80s by Thursday afternoon. That'd be a record. Conditions are forecast to come back closer to historical averages for this time of year by the time we get to the weekend. So it's just a couple days of big-time tease from Mother Nature, but reality will return in a couple days. Hey, Gilligan, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. Yeah, they're going to talk about what temperature swings. Well, yesterday I was out there flying a kite. We had about 20, 25-mile-an-hour winds. Thursday, I think I'm going to put on my Speedo and go swimming.
Right.
And I figure about Sunday morning I should be able to get up and go swim riding. What do you think?
That's about realistic right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, I heard there on the news break, like the Lions up there in East Palestine, he said the water was safe to drink. Didn't I hear that right? The news break?
I didn't. I believe they said he drank some water. Did I hear that correct?
Yeah, that's what they said. That he said he drank some of it. It seems it's safe to drink. Well, that's what they said for about 70 years out there in Flint, Michigan, with the lead in the pipes. See, they're not looking at the long-term effects. I don't understand that statement whatsoever. It's because they're going to constantly test it. Well, there's some serious problems up there. There's no doubt about that. There's stuff that, boy, that was not a good thing. Had a deer almost run out in front of me, Steve. That's why it got a little edgy there for a minute.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And, I don't understand that statement, why you make a statement like that, which time and time again it's been proven. The Flint, Michigan deal is just one of the lead in water from the lead pipe. It just, politicians will do anything for a photo op. It's just crazy. We're talking about pulling out the Russians are talking about pulling out the START treaty. Well, I can't. We're talking about how many is it? 1,500 warheads.
Right.
So many missiles and all this. Well, the number of warheads that is limited to. Does these people realize if we set everything off we had, they set off everything they had? Well, the world will come to an end.
It's right. Yeah, it's regardless of the fact. Yeah, it's still an end of the world event. Yep.
Exactly. So if they build more, what is it going to hurt? We've already got enough to destroy the world.
Yeah.
What, 3-4 times over? Probably.
Yeah. Papa used that term. What do they call it? Assured mutual destruction. That's been the whole premise behind the nuclear weapons. Why one doesn't start it? Because everyone's going to end. Assured mutual destruction. Hey, we got to get a news break.
USA News Update. A report says the White House is about to enact a major new border policy. NBC News says migrants crossing the southern border would not be eligible for U.S. asylum if they didn't first attempt to claim asylum in a country they passed through. These countries include Mexico. The new policy, if enacted, is expected to be challenged in court by immigration rights groups. Rock band U2 won't be making history when it becomes the first act to headline the new MSG Sphere in Las Vegas this fall. The band is also expected to make more money per show than any other artist in Las Vegas history. The Las Vegas Review-Journal reports U2 will make at least $1 million per performance and $12 million overall. There will be 12 total shows on 6 non-consecutive weekends. The MSG Sphere will have a capacity of 17,500. Winter weather watches and warnings stretch from the West Coast to the Midwest as a powerful storm system bears down on millions. Julio Flores.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So, yeah, we heard that correctly. Ohio Governor DeWine, along with state and federal officials, we're in East Palestine, visiting some of the people, actually going into people's homes and drinking glasses of tap water to show their confidence in the water quality. Yeah, DeWine said people are concerned, once the cameras are out, we're not going to stay here. So our commitment to you is we're going to continue to test. And we're in this for the long, long haul. And I want to assure people we're going to be around. Now, I said water testing is continuing through the EPA. Tests will be done once a week with results being published as they come back. Those with private wells, which I think may be the bigger concern, can also request continued testing. The EPA Administrator Michael Regan said the situation as we move into the cleanup phase. The EPA and state, federal officials will continue to work to make sure the community feels safe again. We're not going to leave you behind. I mean, assurances. Regan said that they have tested more than 550 homes so far, and will continue to test air and water samples in the weeks ahead. We're working to earn your trust. And, of course, then following up saying that the EPA has ordered Norfolk Southern to clean up the mess that they created. Full transparency is the only option. But we hear those terms, transparency, all the time from government officials. How transparent do you feel the government actually is? All right, welcome back, Gilligan.
Well, thanks for having me back, Steve. Yeah, we know how transparent the government is. Yeah, as cloudy as pea soup, you know. I mean, come on now. Pappy brought up the bit of, you know, what's secure investments. I know a lot of people don't realize, but precious metals is a very secure investment. I'm not deeply invested in it myself. I know people say, well, that you can't spend it. You can't spend it. But one thing about a precious metal, gold, silver, platinum, since the dawn of time, ever since it's been found, has turned into something that has had value. There's a reason why you find gold in the Egyptian pyramids, in the Valley of the Kings, where they dug up the pharaohs and stuff. You know, it's always been there. Yes. Now, I personally invest in a lot of food stocks and stuff like that. I've got a decent amount of supply. I've got a few months of canned goods on hand and stuff like that. Yeah. I heard on the news break last night about this movie that was released last year called All Quiet on the Western Front.
Right.
And they were saying that it was an anti-war movie, kind of I remember watching that movie and reading the book in class as a kid when I was probably junior high school. And I haven't watched the movie in some time. I watched it on DVD about 10 years ago. And to me, I don't see where it's really an anti-war picture, but I guess if you're that mindset, you could interpret it as that. I mean, to me, it was something that gave the viewpoint of World War I from the opposite side, you know. Did you ever see the original picture, the old black and white?
I think it's been a long time, but yeah, I've seen that. I've seen most of those old war movies, watched those black and whites with Grandpa back in the days.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of brought home that, yeah, there's two sides to every story, that kind of thing, you know. And people don't realize that. Yes, there was World War II, there was definitely some bad people in that war. There's no doubt about it. But there was a lot of people that fought in the wars that, you know, they was fighting, they thought to defend their homeland. They thought that they were defending for what's right. And a lot of times people misunderstand that. That's what I got out of it when I watched it years ago. I think I might have to watch the new version and see, after I rewatch the old version, and just see how the two measure up. Yeah. I tell you what, I think Charlie's going to call in after a while. He has a report. He had a conversation with one of your more famous callers, by the way. You might be interested in what Charlie has to say. So I'm going to get off here now, Steve, and I thank you for taking the call.
Have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. There you go. Now that frees up another line, so I got plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. A couple of industry headlines. Well, for the owner-operators out there, according to the report from FreightWaves, the current market in trucking is tough enough for owner-operators that a significant chunk of them are considering leaving the industry altogether. At least that's according to the FreightWaves research survey, which asked to select statements that applied to them. 35.2% of self-identified owner-operators checked if the market does not rebound materially by the end of 23, I will leave the industry. Meanwhile, about 21% said they were having trouble finding loads to haul, suggesting woes are not primarily volume related, at least not yet. Fewer than 8% said they're considering signing on with a larger carrier. So based on that, most say if they get a owner-operator just going to get out of the business, get out of trucking entirely rather than going to work for a company, it's no wonder owner-operators are having a tough time. Last year saw a brutal convergence of sky-high fuel prices, equipment, and insurance costs, all while spot market rates were crashing downward. Now, the median owner-operator in this survey did see revenue grow 7% from 2021 to 22. But expenses far outpaced that success as they paid nearly 23% more to operate at the same time. So do your 23% minus 7, that's how much down they were. As could be expected, that trend is exacerbated when looking into just at respondents who said they were ready to hang it up. Interestingly enough, the group saw stronger revenue growth year over year, but expenses have gone out of control, a 38.6% increase. Something more positive, the most common answer was, I have seen profit margins decrease, but my business is still sound. That garnered 47.3%. When asked to indicate on a sliding scale of 0 to 100 how you would rate the current state of the business, where 0 indicates imminent bankruptcy and 100 would indicate rapid growth, the average number is about right in the middle, 47. That leans a little bit negative, but just about neutral. Now, FreightWaves targeted the survey at owner-operators. February the 9th through the 17th, heard from roughly 120 carriers in all. More than three-quarters of those identified as owner-operators. Another 6% answered no, but I was for part of last year. Only results from current owner-operators were considered in the numbers we're sharing there. That kind of reiterates that the drop-off in trucking demand over the past 12 months has hit smaller carriers particularly hard, since their business models tend to be less diversified and less flexibility. In times like these, the larger carriers can outbid the smaller ones on certain lanes to keep the trucks moving. And while the seasoned owner-operator might be able to park their truck in response, the rookie owner-operator in all likelihood does not have that option. They don't have money banked away to park it for a period of time. It's difficult to say just how much capacity would need to leave the market for supply and demand to meet in the middle. But this pressure figures to play a part in tightening the market over the next 12 months. It's crazy how the cycles operate, right? High tide, low tide. According to OOIDA, about 350 to 400,000 truck drivers in the U.S. and Canada are owner-operators. About 150,000 are members of OOIDA, which lobbies for their interest. That's their primary responsibility. The average owner-operator has been driving for more than 20 years. This downturn will likely not force that driver out of the industry, at least not against their will. I mean, these are the drivers most at risk. Trucking has a lot of them these days. Yeah, we distinguish between driving members who lease to the large fleets versus those who operate under their own individual authority. Yeah, sometime about the middle of 2020, we experienced a first. Had more own authority members than we actually had leased on drivers. Drivers wanted to take advantage of the high demand, climbing spot rates while they could, which, again, that's pretty much ancient history right now. Our number, 844-844-3388. 5-7, what's happening?
Yeah, just want to back up. I think it was Greece where their banking system, it just failed. And whenever they went to, get their money, the bank was only, I guess it was euro, but the bank was only giving them pennies on a dollar. And the reason why I'm calling is I remember some of our local people in the States saying the reality is in our banking system, yeah, we've got a guarantee of up to $200,000, but there's an issue. your major players will get their money first. Well, number one, China. They've been buying our debt. So, and when you think of it, even George Bush's 30-year loan, that's got to be paid back. The money for the big guys like China is going to have to get paid out right off the bat. You've got currently the Fed is buying our debt, so that money will go there. And when you and I go to the bank, we'll have $200,000 guaranteed funds, but they can pay us in any way they see fit. They don't have to give you all your money, don't have to give you part of your money. They can make payments. I mean, they can give you $20. In theory, they can give you $20 a month. You know, there's no guarantee for the little guy. But we've already seen that the stock market. What was it, 3 or 4 years ago, where in the market where the little guys were able to cash in and was actually making money, and the big guys come along and shut them down completely. There was, no trade at all. So, it just take your shot. I see that advertisement for guys telling us to invest in gold. You can hold gold. Gold. Right. And Mr. Woolery, I guess he was a talk show or a game show host, said, here, this man won $25,000 back in '79.
All right, we'll come back. Looks like we'll have to do a quick reconnect there as we roll into a Wednesday hump day, as we refer to it, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. And back at it here on a Wednesday. Hey, hump day coming on. All right, let me get back to 5-7. We dropped off right about the time you got to Chuck Woolery. I remember him. He was the game show host. Yes.
Yeah, he's out there selling gold. But of the truth, if your babies are going hungry, you know what I'm saying? A handful of gold for just a jar of milk. So, our economic system is being challenged, and that I understand China and Russia is really trying to change the standard from the dollar to the yen, I guess. But, whatever you invest, I mean, it can be attacked. You want to invest in guns right now. There's a very good investment. But you know what? All it takes is a stroke of the pen and get the right people in, and you know, all of a sudden, every gun you have is illegal. You put you in jail. You try to cash any of it. I don't know what you can land. Well, they can tax you out of that. Doom and gloom, I guess. But just saying that I think what's the best thing to do right now is set like I've been doing. You just sit back. My wife said, "We doing all these cans." You know, I said, "Well, hopefully you'll never find out, nor will I." And then at the same time, I got to say, I mean, as a Christian, do you hoard your storehouse when your neighbor's starving? You know, so there's a lot of questions. You know, can we live up to our faith? But I just wanted to back what Happy was saying. But it was Greece that. I mean, they were only paying the people pennies on the dollar, and that's when I got educated on how valuable those assurances were from our banking system. That's about all I got for right now, and sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the rest of the show. Oh, yeah, okay, I will say this. You know Giggles, right? She comes on, she's always giggling.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she was in Europe and talking to them Europeans. You know, she wasn't giggling when she was talking about holding these Russians to account. She was scaring the crap out of me. I got it. We're supposed to help them get Russia back off their borders and back into Russia. And don't go back, but what now they're talking about now is going and holding Russian generals and all these people to account. I don't know how you can. I mean, that girl scared me when she didn't giggle. How do you do this? How do you declare war without openly declaring war? Is amazing to me. It's been done before. World War II, America, especially Republicans, we were stay out of the war. Europe, stay out of the war. The Japanese was taking over the Asian basin, the rape of Nick King and all this stuff. You had volunteer pilots going down, the Flying Tigers, shooting down Japanese airplanes. But America wanted to stay out of the war until finally we got attacked at Pearl Harbor. But during that time, or just before that time, the president did a lend-lease, sending our World War I destroyers and ships to lease to Britain. So it sounds like a remake. It does. It really does sound like a remake of that time. But if Putin's on his deathbed and he just don't give a crap,
right?
You know what I'm saying?
What's he got to lose?
Yeah. Hey, if I can't have it, nobody can. So the only thing we can hope is like one Russian officer on a submarine during the Cuban Missile Crisis. It was a diesel boat. The American Navy had it covered, wouldn't let it submerge to get air. And under the rules in Russia, their job was to set off their nuclear missiles. And a officer on the boat refused to agree to fire the missile. He could have started a nuclear war right then and there. But one person come up. Of course, he was a disgrace to the Russian Navy, disgrace to in Russia. But to the world, I think the whole world owes that Russian officer a due of thanks and give us a second chance. So they didn't fire the missile. So hopefully you'll have inside the cabinet, these guys say, hey, wait a minute, Putin, you're telling me to shoot that missile, we're going to start a nuclear war. Those are my babies out there. Those are my grandkids out there. And, they're not living in a cave. These are my family members. Hopefully that mutual destruction deterrent will kick in. So other than that, we're going to copy the mail and enjoy the rest of the show, Tim Boy.
All right, there you go. Yep, there you go. Have a good morning. Hey, I heard from Bolt here a few minutes ago. Let's scroll back down here. Morning, Steve. Bolt checking in, 38 degrees in the State Police Barracks, Romney, West Virginia. Doing the double shift tonight. Running on coffee. Caffeine, right? Here till 8 a.m., keeping everything up and running. I'm sure Dad told you of the wreck that I had to deal with the other day. Yeah, he shared that story last night. Let's just say I had some choice words I wanted to say, but I kept my peace to keep my job. Yeah. Also tonight's been a troubling night as we've dealt with trucks getting stuck on roads not once, but twice in 1 hour. Yeah, they've been helped out of there and steered in the right direction. So everybody out there have a safe, wonderful night. All right, and you too. Coffee, coffee, coffee. Keep it going, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. So we've already seen system number one. That's traversing the northern tier of the country at this hour and through the upcoming day. But in California, it's system number two. The big one is on the horizon. Yeah, it could be the biggest storm of the season. This winter season about to impact much of California. Yeah, we'll break it all down for you as we roll through the late night, early morning hours on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. Winter weather alerts are in effect for millions of people across more than 20 states as a powerful storm impacts a large portion of the U.S. this week. The National Weather Service says to expect heavy snow from the West Coast to the Northeast through Thursday. Blizzard warnings dot much of the Midwest, particularly Minnesota and South Dakota. Gusty winds as high as 80 miles per hour could also be felt in some areas of the country. Meantime, a suspected tornado hit southwestern New Jersey on Tuesday. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine claims the water of East Palestine is safe to drink. He said that because the water has been tested or will be continuing to be tested. This comes after a freight train with more than 50 cars derailed in the town earlier this month, spilling toxic chemicals and sparking a massive fire. DeWine also mentioned a clinic has been opened after residents started to report health issues after the derailment. He also called on Congress to address loopholes that allowed the train operated by Norfolk Southern to enter Ohio without notification of the toxic chemicals it was hauling. The FDA is reviewing Pfizer's vaccine that protects infants against RSV and could make a decision to clear the shot as soon as August. The single-dose vaccine is given to pregnant women late in pregnancy to trigger antibodies that are passed to the fetus. This comes after cases of RSV rose dramatically last fall after mask wearing and social distancing dropped off as the COVID-19 pandemic eased. Pfizer says the vaccine is about 82% effective at preventing severe cases of the virus. The grand jury in the former President Trump's Georgia election probe is recommending multiple indictments. That's according to the New York Times. The forewoman of the jury told the Times it is not a shortlist, but she didn't say who specifically the special grand jury recommended for indictment. When asked whether jurors had recommended indicting Trump, the forewoman said, "You won't be surprised." This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Long Island Republican Congressman George Santos has a new campaign treasurer, but the appointment is only adding to the already long list of questions about Santos. The Santos team has been told by the Federal Elections Commission last week to name a new campaign treasurer or not be able to spend or collect money. Before the Tuesday deadline, Santos named Andrew Olson as a new treasurer, but the filing gave no phone number for Olson, and the address given for Olson is Santos's listed address in Queens Plus. No one named Andrew Olson has ever served as treasurer for a federal campaign. The last person Santos named as campaign treasurer publicly announced he did not take the position and did not authorize the Santos team to file paperwork saying he had. Rihanna has reportedly earned over $350,000 in song royalties thanks to an increase in streaming after a Super Bowl performance. According to Apple Music, after the big game on February 12th, the singer's worldwide listeners went up by 331%. We Found Love was the biggest earner for Rihanna, bringing in over $60,000. She performed at the halftime show at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. Ukraine is still independent and free nearly 1 year into Russia's invasion of the country. That's what President Biden declared from Warsaw, Poland, as he said support for Ukraine to defend itself from Russian aggression is unwavering. Biden called out Russia's brutality against the Ukrainian people, accusing troops and mercenaries of committing crimes against humanity and targeting civilians. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back. Another hour as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone there. Welcome into a Wednesday. Already midweek. Hey, you ever heard of a guy by the name of Vivek Ramaswamy? Not me either. I remember that name. He's the latest to join the field of Republicans vying for the presidency in 2024. Vivek Ramaswamy, a 37-year-old multimillionaire biotech engineer from Ohio, who has denounced woke corporations, now joins former President Donald Trump and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley as candidates for the Republican nomination. In his Twitter post this past evening, Ramaswamy writes, "America's strength is not our diversity, but the ideals that unify us across our differences. Merit, free speech, truth, accountability. I believe deep in my bones these ideals still exist, and I'm running for president to revive them." Like Nikki Haley, Ramaswamy was born in the United States to Indian immigrants. Last year, he co-founded Strive Asset Management, which, according to their website, focuses on restoring the voices of everyday citizens in America, in the American economy, by leading companies to focus on excellence over politics. The Financial Times reported in November the company had more than $500 million in assets under their management. He's also the author of a couple books. Ramaswamy said that Trump's run for the White House in 2016 actually inspired him to carve out his own career in politics. He likely will be the youngest of what is expected to be a crowded field for the Republican nomination. With vast experience, others with vast experience in national politics and campaigning, the field, they tell us, will grow substantially beyond Trump, Haley, and Ramaswamy, with the likes of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, former Vice President Mike Pence, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, all expected to announce their candidacies. It may be kind of presumptuous for a 37-year-old political outsider to pursue the highest office in the land. But I'm running on a vision for our nation, one that revives merit with every sphere of American life, he says. Okay, so Ramaswamy, 3 in the field. How big will the field grow, I suppose, is the question. Between now and next year, oh boy. Eagle checks in here on a Wednesday. What's going on, Eagle?
Yo.
Hey there, Eagle. Good morning.
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now, brother?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I'm trying this thing. Okay, yeah, I had a video planned. Okay, yeah, I'm ready now. Okay, Steve, got a couple things to talk about. Some more news don't broke. You know, since we talked last night, Vladimir Putin. Okay, he's not happy, which I really don't care, but he's not happy that the U.S. is helping Ukraine.
Right.
Okay, well, that's obvious because you and I both know, and a lot of other people know, Steve, Russia would have already been took over Ukraine if the U.S. wasn't sending all this money and guns and tanks and whatever else the hell they sending over there. And Vladimir Putin, anybody in their natural, anybody would be mad about that. You know, I'm just saying, you put yourself in this guy's position, even though it's the wrong position to be in, because like one thing I do agree with what Biden had to say is that Vladimir doesn't have any business trying to take over this country to begin with. And then we wouldn't be having this conversation. So Vladimir Putin can end this thing just like that, just like Biden said, by pulling his troops out of Ukraine and go on about his business. But we both know he's not going to do that. And the only thing we can hope for right now at this point is that Vladimir doesn't get so desperate that he decides to use nuclear weapons. But I really don't. I'm pretty positive that he's not going to do that, Steve, because like I told you a couple of months ago, if he was going to do it, he'd already done it by now. He knows that if he releases a nuclear weapon, that's it for him, and that's it for everybody here in the U.S. There won't be a very few select people that's left after both countries exchange nuclear weapons. Vladimir Putin, there's a difference between being crazy and being stupid. Vladimir is a crazy man. He's not a stupid man. Very big difference. He knows the consequences of releasing a nuclear weapon. There will no longer be a Russia, and there will no longer be a United States if these two countries exchange weapons. So I'm not concerned about Vladimir Putin. The man that you do need to be concerned with, and the country that you need to be concerned with, and that's China. Because, see, this is a different breed of people. These people are known very dangerous people, especially the North Korean individual. If he was to get involved with this situation, that's what they better hope is that Vladimir Putin doesn't decide to turn to North Korea for assistance. Because I promise you that the man in North Korea, you see what he's doing right now, Steve, he has no problem with releasing missiles, even though he's been ordered not to do it. This is the man that's the most dangerous individual that's out there right now. And the U.S., Joe Biden, and whoever, they better hope that Vladimir Putin doesn't get in contact with this guy. Now, let's talk about Joe Biden, Steve. I can't wait for these 2 years to be up. They can't go by fast enough to get this guy out of the White House. And like I told you months ago, Steve, I can't see who these people are that's voting for Joe Biden and talking about voting for this man. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. After 2 years, what more do you need to see to realize this man is not getting the job done? So, Joe Biden, this guy here has turned his back on America, Steve. I don't care what nobody say. You got people, he's sending way too much money to Ukraine, way too much money. Not when we got problems here in the United States. And the situation over in Ohio, as far as I know, no representative for the Joe Biden organization, the president, has shown up in Ohio to assist these people. Joe Biden, like I told the guy the other day, Steve, Joe Biden flew halfway around the world to meet up with this guy. And the USA is right here in his own country. He could have stopped that airplane. Air Force One could have flew into that town, and Joe Biden could have made an appearance before he flew over to Ukraine. But that just shows you what this man is all about. So you can say, some people say that he turned his back on him because they Donald Trump people. It doesn't matter if they Donald Trump people. They're still Americans, and they still need help. And one other thing before I hang up with you, Steve, I understand that Donald Trump is going to be in Ohio tomorrow. This is what a real president does, Steve. He goes to this situation and talks with the people and see what they need and see how they can help their people. Hopefully Joe Biden will be watching on television tomorrow so he can see how a real president conducts himself when he gets to Ohio tomorrow. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Yeah, I did. I don't know what the timing is, what the schedule is, but yes, some of the residents in East Palestine, Ohio, say it was a slap in the face for Biden going to Ukraine before coming to help the people right there. The mayor, as a matter of fact, this past day said just that, slap in the face. I'm pulling up the story from The Hill this past day, as a matter of fact. President Biden's visit to Ukraine, the biggest slap in the face as his town continues to deal with the chemical fallout from the train derailment. East Palestine Mayor Trent Conway was asked to give his thoughts on Biden's surprise visit to Kyiv on Monday while he's in Poland for an international trip. To which he says, quote, "That was the biggest slap in the face, tells you right now he doesn't care about us. So he can send every agency he wants, but when I found that out this morning, and one of the briefings that he was in Ukraine giving millions of dollars away to people over there, not to us. I'm furious." Remember, Biden said they don't qualify for FEMA relief. It's not a natural disaster. Last I checked, Russia's invasion of Ukraine is not a natural disaster, but of course that's not a FEMA fund. That's just taken from the taxpayers' dollars. President's Day in our country. He's in Ukraine. That kind of tells you what kind of guy he is. I mean, Biden made the visit to Kyiv to visit Ukraine's president just days before the first anniversary of the Russian invasion of the country. Now, this is symbolic to show our support and solidarity. Of course, as he announced another $500 million in aid to Ukraine. But Conway's remarks, the mayors there, come as prominent Republican figures over the past day, criticizing Biden for neglecting domestic issues like immigration and national security with his surprise trip to Ukraine. We've got a lot of problems accumulating right here in our own country that he's neglecting. Ongoing issues plaguing the country, poverty, immigration, national security. Yeah, we all know that. But it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Pappy brought up the whole FDIC thing. Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation. What do they do? Well, they say their mission hasn't changed 86 years later. But their structural model and responsibilities have changed rather significantly. Today, they insure U.S. consumer bank deposits up to $250,000 per depositor. Now, in real-world terms, the FDI insurance policy kind of bends the rules in favor of the consumer, supposedly. Now, when a bank or credit union fails, the FDIC is chartered to act right away to protect consumers. Banks and thrifts that fail are examined by either state regulators or the U.S. Office of Comptroller, both of which have the power mandated by the federal government to close a financial institution. If that happens, the FDIC can sell a financial institution's assets, usually deposits, loans, and investments, to another bank or credit union, which immediately assumes the customers are left holding the bag after a bank failure. That exchange of asset ownership is designed to be seamless. Bank customers assume their relationship with the new financial institution, most of them with their assets intact. The FDIC does have some oversight responsibilities as well. But Main Street Americans, me and you, don't need to take major steps to have deposits covered by the FDIC. Once you deposit money at an FDIC-insured bank, your deposit's covered right up to the $250,000 maximum. Now, Pappy's point, I believe, was, how much does the FDIC Deposit Trust have available? And he did, what did he say, $6 or $9 billion? I mean, how many banks could fail at any given time? You really can't blame the average American for not really trusting the financial institutions. In the 20s, we saw an average of 70 banks collapsing on an annual basis. Now, that's kind of alarming, but the number of failed banks hit 744 in the 10 months immediately after the start of the Great Depression. Over 9,000 banks fell during the 1930s. 4,000 financial institutions shutting down in 1922 alone. That's the year they rolled out the FDIC. By the end of that year, $140 billion. Now, keep in mind, $1922, $140 billion in bank deposits were lost. That's what the FDIC started doing in 1933, and that's what they've been doing for 86 years. Despite what was a legitimate scare back in 2008, 2009, remember when we almost saw a collapse of the financial system? They regained a bit of a stronger measure of trust in banks and credit unions. You take it for what it's worth. Daryl, morning, happy hump day.
Good morning. I didn't catch the beginning of your newscast, but what did your son, what kind of award did he get this week?
Oh, it was Officer of the Year from his department.
Well, that's great.
Yeah.
My brother was a 27-year-old police officer in Greensboro, North Carolina, so I'm kind of partial to police officers. I remember when your son was in overseas, because my grandson was overseas at the same time. So when I heard you talking about your son on the radio, it's kind of getting close to me.
Yeah, how about that?
I remember we've been talking about President Carter in the news. I remember President Carter's years vividly. I was in graduate school at Louisville and lived about 45 miles away in Shelby County, Kentucky. And so I ordered a 100-gallon gas tank, had it installed in my backyard, and filled it up with 36 cents a gallon gasoline. And about 5 months later, I got a bill for $136. Under Carter, gas had gone from 36 cents to $1.36 in 5 months. And then there was a Sunday when Carter asked people not to drive on the interstate highways. And I drove over about 2 or 3 miles to Interstate 64 and stood on an overpass and just saw 1 or 2 cars that day going from Louisville to Lexington. And I thought, this is a one-term president. People will not put up with this in America. And then I was driving a truck at that time and got to read newspapers in Atlanta and Memphis, Little Rock, Hagerstown, Maryland, Detroit. And as you read the op-ed newspaper clippings, you knew that he was not going to be reelected as president. He was a good man, and I liked he and his wife both. They were Southern Baptists, and I was Southern Baptist. And I thought I heard him when he was governor of Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
And but he just did not have the aptitude to be president of the United States. And you said you were a teenager during those years?
Yeah, right. Yeah, born in 64, so.
Yeah, well, I was 24 years old and going to graduate school at the time in Louisville. And 3 years I traveled up and down 64, going back and forth to school. Had a little Nash Rambler, 64 Nash Rambler, and that sucker got about 30 miles a gallon and was one of the toughest little cars I ever drove. Well, I'll let you go. I just wanted to congratulate you on your son's award.
Recognition there. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Daryl.
Good evening.
All right, there you go. Have a great day, and we'll get to, speaking of which, hey, Mike. We'll take care of that coming up following a news break, and otherwise, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Walmart kind of sounding the alarm. Strong sales and profits last quarter. Times may be a bit tougher this year, they tell us. More on that coming up.
USA News Update. An access granted by House Speaker Kevin McCarthy that Democrats swiftly condemned as a grave breach of security with potentially far-reaching consequences. The hard-right political commentator said his team is spending the week at the Capitol poring through the video and preparing to reveal their findings to its viewers, but granting exclusive access to sensitive January 6 security footage, deeply partisan figure is a highly unusual move seen by some critics as essentially outsourcing House oversight to a TV personality who has promoted conspiracy theories about the attack. The Atlanta Hawks on Tuesday fired coach Nate McMillan, who was unable to follow up on the success of leading the team to the 2021 Eastern Conference Finals. Atlanta General Manager Landry Fields announced the firing. The Hawks are 29-30 and in 8th place in the East this season. Julio Flores, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Wouldn't it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, Rambler asked earlier, well, what are you going to give up for Lent? What's it going to be? I just came across a post from our friend Michael Brunetti. That's our friend with Bostrom and National Seating, who we are teaming up with once again this year. We'll have our seat giveaway at the Mid-America Truck Show. I'll have to pull up my Friday morning talking to Kyle. He was talking about where we're going to do a similar to last year. We'll go to the contest page at overnightdriveradio.com. Click on the contest, and you'll be able to enter there. And I believe 3 seats again we'll have from Bostrom and National Seating. I'm not sure exactly which seats, but we'll get the breakdown on that for you. But yeah, you'll be able to, one of our listeners who can't make it to Louisville, everybody will have an equal opportunity to be a winner. One of the listeners that can't make it to Louisville will be a winner, and 2 who register and actually show up there at the Mid-America Truck Show. I'll have the opportunity to actually take their seats right there home with them, live from the show. But Mike says, I'm signing off Facebook for Lent observance. Yeah, my time normally spent on Facebook will be spent in prayer and meditation. I believe in Jesus Christ. He said, deny me in front of your friends, and I will deny you in front of my Father. Greatest man in history, had no servants, yet they called him master, had no degree, yet they called him teacher, had no medicines, yet they called him healer. It had no army, yet kings feared him. He won no military battles, yet he conquered the world. He committed no crime, yet they crucified him. He was buried in a tomb, yet he lives today. His name is Jesus. Jesus, for all prayers, for all that you've given me, I am so blessed, blessed beyond measure. There you go. All right, so we'll see you after Easter. Of course, yeah, we'll see you at the Mid-America Truck Show there in Louisville, in person, not on Facebook, though, but yeah, that's very touching, very good. All right, thank you very much, Michael Brunetti. And looking forward to working with you. Got to get those spots on the air. Working on that as we speak. It is 844-844-3388. Hey, what do you say?
Morning, Your Honor. I guess we're supposed to say, hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
Can you believe it? Hump Day.
Maybe we should give this up for Lent. You know, if we didn't do this on Wednesday, would Wednesday not come? I mean, maybe if we just gave this up and didn't do it for Lent, maybe we'd not get to Wednesday.
Okay. That's an idea.
Just a thought. I don't know. So anyways, I saw something back there a little bit. We've been talking about these storms coming along here. Whereabouts is Lake Powell out there out in the west? And it's one of those big reservoirs, right? Lake Powell?
Correct.
I saw something about them that they didn't think they were going to even be back at their deficit level or something, and they're way low. With all these storms, are they really that low, or do you have any reports on them, or can you find out where they're at, or if any of these storms are going to help or not help them?
I'm looking here from USA Today 4 days ago, said that they have, I guess, hit a historic low water level. So I'm not real good in the proximity.
Yeah. So I just kind of surprised, hearing about all these storms. I mean, we got a friend in Colorado that said it snowed every week since Christmas. And they're on the east side. They're north of Denver, and I mean they've had snow every week since Christmas. And you're talking about all these measurable snowstorms in the Rockies there, the Great Divide. That I mean, you don't measure them in inches; you're measuring them in feet and yards. And it's like, is it just the fact that it hasn't started melting yet to come down to start filling up these reservoirs? Ned, is that where it's coming from? Or I don't know.
Boy, that's a good question. But it says here in the year 2000, Lake Powell and its companion, Lake Mead, were almost at full capacity, 95% capacity. Today, they are roughly 25% full.
Wow.
I think it's the fact that they're drawing so much water from those reservoirs, with the population growth. 40 million people rely on the water from those reservoirs fed by the Colorado River.
Yep. Okay. As I say, I just saw that. We hadn't, I hadn't heard Lake Powell mentioned much on our show here, so I just thought I'd bring it up and see that. But so anyways, yes, this deal over in the Ukraine there. The poor people in eastern Ohio, they don't get any money, but we get to send these billions of borrowed dollars to the Ukraine over there. But one of the things they touched on in the news there, because I saw some of the deal there yesterday, well, the day before yesterday, I guess it was whenever our fearless leader there was in Kyiv there, and I did get to see the lunchtime deal. So anyways, they were talking about the amount of refugees that are still leaving Ukraine and all that and headed to Turkey and Poland and wherever else.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's any refugees that are going the other way? Because if I remember correctly, about a year ago when all this started, wasn't there a lot of people that still believed in the Russian way?
Absolutely.
And were the Orthodox religion that wasn't allowed to be able to have their religion underneath the Ukrainian law here with what's his name there, who may not be a all-out great leader that he thinks he is.
Zelensky.
But Zelensky, yeah. So how many refugees are headed to Russia? How many refugees are heading across the Russian line at this point? Do we have any numbers on that? Probably not, right?
I've not heard a thing about any. I bet you're correct, though, because, yeah, there are those. I mean, yeah, we talked about when Russia took Crimea back in, 2014, that it was almost an even split, people in the Crimea that wanted to be back a part of Russia versus the other half that didn't.
So we're here forcing probably maybe a quarter or half the people of Ukraine to stay the way we want them to be, even though they prefer to be some way else. Seems like a good way to spend our borrowed money, doesn't it? And send military equipment, force. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, I got to admit, I'm an isolationist. I don't believe we should be anywhere else in the world. We should be taking care of our own country first, and our company should be taking care of the citizens of our country, and what we have left over after that then we can sell off to make a profit off the rest of the world. But, we got this problem right now that our medical supplies, especially our antibiotics and all that pretty much none of them are made in this country, aren't they? I think it's pretty well close to 0%. And I think there's one country that has pretty much complete rule over most of those drugs, whether they make them or whether they just make the base supplies for them, and other countries make them out of those base supplies.
And that's why when Pappy was saying who was our greatest nemesis versus Russia. Russia doesn't have that control over us. It's China. The medications and the technology, so many things that we wouldn't have if it weren't for China. If they cut us off, you think we wouldn't be in a world of hurt?
Absolutely. Everybody's medication would be running out, and probably half the things we use to make things in this country would be what few things we have left that we make in this country. We had the whole problem there with the baby formula. How many parts of that come from China? And the thing is that we have so much base product here that comes from us, but goes and is refined into the product that gets used in the final manufacturing, whether the final manufacturing gets done here or somewhere else. But so much of it goes overseas to be processed before the final manufacturing. And I don't know. I think we got to look at ourselves first. And
didn't we have a president at some point? And didn't we have a president that was trying to make us, number one, bring back manufacturing here to this country and not be so dependent on the rest of the world? Who was that?
Yeah, I think it had something to do with the 2016 election there. But anyways, hey, speaking of that and people that are talking about running now that we're going to switch into this subject. There's word now that former Maryland Governor Larry Hogan is thinking about dropping his hat in the ring to try to run for president in 2024. He's not saying he is, but he's making his way around. He's on the Sunday morning programs and stuff like that. So just kind of watch out for him, because he is, even though he wasn't, politically affiliated really before he became governor, he's still on the rhinos side. He kind of bent over to the Democrats in this state and let the Democrats gave him a few things. He did a pretty decent job negotiating with them, but the Democrats certainly got what they wanted out of him, and things weren't real hard. That he had a pretty easy time as governor here, but he was pretty much a naysayer of President Trump and is completely against him. So you just have to kind of watch, because he's supposedly this businessman that didn't like government and business and wanted, the country to, be run by small business and everything. And then when we get a president that's a businessman, he's like, no, he's bad. We can't have that. It's like, okay. So just be careful. Don't just make sure you do your due diligence and your research and make sure you know who the person is you're voting for. But this other guy you're just talking about from Ohio sounds pretty interesting. So I don't know, maybe we'll have to look into that a little bit. But getting one of these people that's never been involved in politics to be our leader.
What was his name? Ramaswamy?
Something like that.
Ramaswamy.
But anyways, yeah. So as much as the people in Eastern Ohio, they should have a little bit of an uprising about where our borrowed money's going and who's coming to take a look to see what their situation is. What about all these people in the inner city? Where do they think their welfare checks come from, and why? If we have all this borrowed money we can give away to other countries, don't you think they should be kind of up in arms saying we should be spending some of that borrowed money in the inner cities to have better education in their schools and better housing and all that? Well, how come they just keep towing the line the way they are and allow the cities to treat them the way they do? I don't know. Maybe they don't listen to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive radio show. That's all I can say. I think Chevy guy says that.
Likely not.
All right, then. Well, I guess that's about all we got going for you. We've been watching temperatures jump around a little bit. We're somewhere about in the neighborhood of 40 degrees now. So,
hey, they're saying you're going to be like 80 come. Is it Thursday? Thursday. Yeah,
wow. Yeah, mid 70s to 80. Yep. So, and then we'll be back Friday morning. We'll be up right back down into the 30s. So take that.
I haven't seen. It was back over the weekend when the 5-day forecast was showing, I believe, Cincinnati hitting like 75. I believe it was Thursday, then being back to 31 Friday morning. Talk about a whiplash. All right, what happens if the water level goes lower? Lake Powell, he was questioning. Of course, Lake Powell, the companion to Lake Mead. Yeah, we've talked about the incredible snowpack, the amount of precip they've had. I mean, and we've got a big rain and snow event about to come in out west. Another big storm. We're talking some areas in California may see between now and I think Saturday. Yeah, we're talking maybe 16 inches of rainfall. Get ready. They're going to be dealing with big-time flooding and more mudslides. But that's California. How far inland does it go? Yeah, they need this, I guess, as far as Lake Powell and Lake Mead are concerned, to be feeding into the Colorado River. But we'll pick up right there after this. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, so the rest of the story. Well, what happens if the water level goes lower? Now, this is USA Today about 4 days ago. Lake Powell has not been this low since June of 1965. That's just 2 years after it began to fill with water. Now, the biggest worry right now, if the lake falls much lower, it won't be possible to get water out of it. Yeah, why? Well, the tubes that run water through hydroelectric turbines could soon be above water. There are bypass tubes available below that point, but they were not designed for continuous use, so it's not clear how they would fare. One important quote, which reads, "If you can't get water out of the dam, it means everyone downstream doesn't get water." That includes agriculture, cities like Los Angeles, San Diego, and Phoenix. Will the water stop flowing? That is a doomsday scenario, according to the Colorado River Resources Manager for the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. Before things get to that point, the Department of Interior would require reductions in use. And lastly, how long until water stops flowing downstream? Well, if the lake falls another 32 feet, which is about the amount it fell in the past year, power generation concerns become more urgent. Now, snowmelt this spring is forecast to bring levels up somewhat. So, yeah, I guess the more snow we can pile on to the higher elevations, yeah, the better things would be in terms of these reservoirs later this year. Yeah, the water in Lake Powell is low because the amount of water in the Colorado River's been falling, they say, for decades. At the same time, the demand has increased exponentially due to the increased population growth. You just have too many people sucking from the same teat, if you'd have it that way. All right. What about Lake Mead? What about Hoover Dam? Lake Mead, of course, is the nation's largest reservoir, companion to Lake Powell. Mead was created when the Hoover Dam was completed in 1935. It supplies water and power to Arizona, California, and Nevada. Lake Mead's level is 1,047 feet above sea level. You'd have to go back to April of 1937, also 2 years after its initial filling, to find levels this low. It's forecast to have a new record low next summer. Now, the lake isn't low enough yet to cause concerns about getting water out, but any hope of it refilling may be years away, if ever, due to lowered rain and snow and increased evaporation. Some of this country's largest cities depend on Lake Mead for their water. 90% of the water supply to Las Vegas, 50% to Phoenix, and effectively 100% to Tucson, and even 25% of the water consumed in Los Angeles. But you think of those, the populace of those communities, just how much water is being consumed. Final question, what will happen if water levels keep dropping? Well, the Department of Interior has asked the 7 states of the Colorado River Compact to come up with the plan to cut between 2 and 4 million acre-feet of water by January. They were not able to come up with an agreement. Because of that, it's expected the Department of Interior and the Bureau of Reclamation, which oversees water management, is going to have to mandate one sometime next year. This is apparently a decent water year, but still, if it turns dry again, There are some pretty big reductions that would be on tap, and every state in that pact would be affected. It will be painful, but it doesn't mean the area can't thrive. The West might look different. You might not see the lush lawns of today and the endless fields of alfalfa, but you will see thriving communities and agricultural regions there. So I guess, the good news right now, at least for 23, and the big storm coming in, this is going to bring incredible amounts of rain and feet of additional snowpack to some of those much-needed higher elevations over the next couple of days. Speaking of which, we'll get more on that. We're about a minute before news break as we head toward top of the hour. Matter of fact, rolling toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, generators, boats, anything that may be sitting around with the gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. If you're going to be storing something with gas, store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And you can get 15% off your order if you go to goldeagle.com, the manufacturer of Sta-Bil. Use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout, and you get 15% off your entire order. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. Winter weather alerts are in effect for millions of people across more than 20 states as a powerful storm impacts a large portion of the U.S. this week. The National Weather Service says to expect heavy snow from the West Coast to the Northeast through Thursday. Blizzard warnings dot much of the Midwest, particularly Minnesota and South Dakota. Gusty winds as high as 80 miles per hour could also be felt in some areas of the country. Meantime, a suspected tornado hit southwestern New Jersey on Tuesday. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine claims the water of East Palestine is safe to drink. He said that because the water has been tested or will be continuing to be tested. This comes after a freight train with more than 50 cars derailed in the town earlier this month, spilling toxic chemicals and sparking a massive fire. DeWine also mentioned a clinic has been opened after residents started to report health issues after the derailment. He also called on Congress to address loopholes that allowed the train operated by Norfolk Southern to enter Ohio without notification of the toxic chemicals it was hauling. The FDA is reviewing Pfizer's vaccine that protects infants against RSV and could make a decision to clear the shot as soon as August. The single-dose vaccine is given to pregnant women late in pregnancy to trigger antibodies that are passed to the fetus. This comes after cases of RSV rose dramatically last fall after mask wearing and social distancing dropped off as the COVID-19 pandemic eased. Pfizer says the vaccine is about 82% effective at preventing severe cases of the virus. The grand jury in the former President Trump's Georgia election probe is recommending multiple indictments. That's according to the New York Times. The forewoman of the jury told the Times it is not a shortlist, but she didn't say who specifically the special grand jury recommended for indictment. When asked whether jurors had recommended indicting Trump, the forewoman said, "You won't be surprised." This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Long Island Republican Congressman George Santos has a new campaign treasurer, but the appointment is only adding to the already long list of questions about Santos. The Santos team has been told by the Federal Elections Commission last week to name a new campaign treasurer or not be able to spend or collect money. Before the Tuesday deadline, Santos named Andrew Olson as a new treasurer, but the filing gave no phone number for Olson, and the address given for Olson is Santos's listed address in Queens Plus. No one named Andrew Olson has ever served as treasurer for a federal campaign. The last person Santos named as campaign treasurer publicly announced he did not take the position and did not authorize the Santos team to file paperwork saying he had. Rihanna has reportedly earned over $350,000 in song royalties thanks to an increase in streaming after a Super Bowl performance. According to Apple Music, after the big game on February 12th, the singer's worldwide listeners went up by 331%. We Found Love was the biggest earner for Rihanna, bringing in over $60,000. She performed at the halftime show at State Farm Stadium in Glendale, Arizona. Ukraine is still independent and free nearly 1 year into Russia's invasion of the country. That's what President Biden declared from Warsaw, Poland, as he said support for Ukraine to defend itself from Russian aggression is unwavering. Biden called out Russia's brutality against the Ukrainian people, accusing troops and mercenaries of committing crimes against humanity and targeting civilians. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF DPF Regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Yes, indeed, just like that. There we go, cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Wednesday. Ash Wednesday. Lentil season. Lent is upon us. All right, yeah, Craig got your email, said water issues out west. What happened to all that water from the floods a few months back? Remember the atmospheric rivers? Weren't there historic floods out west? Where'd all that water go? Yeah, you are correct in the fact that there were historic floods. Much of that was in California, though. And most of that, I believe, runs back out into the Pacific Ocean. You got to get the precip further inland, whatever feeds the Colorado River Basin, right? They're going to see some more of that packing up here. The leftovers of this massive cross-country storm that started out west on Monday will continue to affect California today. Some sporadic rain showers and mountain snow. But the new system, this is going to be the big one that's going to bring rain southward. Snow levels are going to plunge from north to south at the same time beginning today in Northern California and Southern California by Thursday. Several inches of rain likely to fall along that south and west facing lower elevations of the coast ranges in Southern California. Heaviest rain probably Thursday night through Friday night. And AccuWeather said rainfall 16 inches is possible with this storm between now and Saturday in the wettest areas in Southern California. Now, that amount of rain not likely to fall in, say, Los Angeles or San Diego, but this single storm could deliver a month's worth of rain and maybe 2 times that amount or more for some. All right, snow levels, they're going to be plunging. Temperatures going to drop significantly. Accumulating snow going to fall in elevations as low as 2,000 feet between Thursday and Saturday. Since the snow around the 2,000 to 3,500 foot level will tend to be the wet, clinging kind of snow, that's going to weigh down the trees and maybe trigger some widespread power outages in Southern California. Elevations above 4,000 feet, 1 to 2 feet of snow may pile up there. Now, significant impact to travel, no doubt. It's conceivable that travel may be impossible in coastal areas and in the mountains of Southern California Friday to Saturday. This could be to areas with high water at low elevations around L.A. and San Diego, road clogging snow in the mountains and the upper deserts. Airline passengers need to be prepared for lengthy delays and possible cancellations to and from the airports, which would have ripple effects across the nation. Further to the north, San Francisco Bay Area thoroughly soaked by this storm between Thursday and Friday, not to the extent of areas from the San Gabriel Mountains and areas further south, but forecasters say some travel delays are likely on area roads and at airports in that region. Travel troubles also may be in the desert Southwest. Soaking rain is in store for the deserts. From this late week storm, enough rain may fall around Las Vegas to lead to some urban flooding Thursday to Friday night, maybe even into Saturday. Even Phoenix could experience minor flooding problems this weekend. The desert rain will follow a vast storm, producing that snow, the 2,600-mile-long swath from the northwest all the way over to down east Maine. So again, widespread travel problems will extend across the west from the Cascades and the Sierra Nevada through the Wasatch Range and the Rockies on into Wednesday night. Be prepared for road closures over the mountains and through the passes. And it looks like this stormy pattern, more storms expected as February winds down. Forecasters already eyeing the next batch of storms forecast to arrive from the Pacific Ocean. Yet another series of storms will begin to move southward along the Pacific coast early next week with the first round of rain and mountain snow, Northern California, Monday into Tuesday of next week. And the storms are likely to push southward as next week progresses. So more rain, and snow, much of California. All right, let's see here. Eagle wanted to finish up his call from earlier. Sounds like he was getting a little froggy in the throat there, and I think he's snoozing now, so there you go. All right, maybe he'll wake up. Jolly Green Giant, what's happening?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there, and happy Humpy Dumpy Day.
Yeah.
I want to talk about the water shortage out west. Let's begin with my number one solution to this problem. I'm talking about the coast of California. We have an ocean there.
Right.
Now, we do have the technology to take the salt out of the water and make it into fresh water. They do it on ships every single day. And I'm talking about cruise ships and the bigger ships. So why don't we do something with that? Take the salt out of the water and make it into fresh water. All right, so that's my first solution. Now, my second solution is not as favorable as the first solution, because that is, I just say let the water run out and let this kill off all the liberals so that we don't have all these idiots keep getting voted back in. We can put a stop to that. So that's just let that water run out. We can kill off all the liberals out west.
Right.
All right. Now, I want to talk about, we had a driver's meeting Monday night, and we had a maintenance supervisor come down talking about the new technology that the trucks are coming out with. And I asked a question about why our cruise control is tied into the radar on our truck. So when the radar is not working, the cruise control is disabled. Now, I brought it to his attention to be able to do what we do, to be able to control and keep from speeding, we need the cruise control. And he said, well, it's a safety feature, and it keeps the truck from rear-end collisions. Well, I was scratching my head, and I said, well, wait a minute here. Sex Maniac's been driving for 45 years. Jolly Green's been driving for 40 years. And I'm sure there's some drivers out there that have been driving for quite a few years. What did we do to prevent rear-end collisions before they came out with these anti-collision system on these trucks? I'm still scratching my head. I said, well, Jolly Green has never hit anyone from the rear. So what the heck do I need a radar to control that? Why?
Because too many people don't pay attention. It's distracted drivers.
Well, I don't know what to say. What the heck? But either way, that's really all I got to say tonight. I just thought I'd call in. And by the way, congratulations to your son. I've seen it on Facebook. And I think that is an honor to be Police Officer of the Year. So congratulations to that. And I'm having a fairly decent night tonight. Sex Maniac is driving tonight. I'm sure he's listening. Maybe we can get him to call in and talk about, what happened, why he was off. I mean, that's totally up to him if he wants to call in and talk about it. So either way, have a good night, Steve. See you.
All right. In answer to your question about, that's been suggested on numerous occasions before, desalinization plants, right? You got an ocean. There's an ocean there. Why? How do you not have any damn water when you got an ocean? Let me start with, there are some existing facilities like this. The Carlsbad Desalinization Project in San Diego, the largest desalinization plant in the Western Hemisphere, the first large-scale desalinization plant on the West Coast. It includes a desalinization plant, a pumping station, a product water storage, and a 10-mile finished water conveyance pipeline. Yeah, this is Poseidon Resources Corporation, a.k.a. Poseidon. The plant produces 50 million gallons of desalinated water a day. It is providing 10% of the total drinking water needed by San Diego. It supplies 56,000 acre-feet of water a year, which is enough for, say, 300,000 people. That doesn't sound like much, does it? Of course, we got the land of fruits and nuts. Take you back to a little less than a year ago. Believe it or not, the environmental wackos try to shut these sort of projects down. From The Guardian, the headline, "Joy for the Environmentalists as California blocks the bid for a $1.4 billion desalinization plant." The same company, Poseidon, sought to turn seawater into drinking water, but activists say the plan would devastate the ecosystem on the Pacific coast. So a $1.4 billion desalinization plant. Poseidon said they're disappointed, obviously, in the decision. California continues to face a punishing drought, no end in sight. Every day we see new calls for conservation as our reservoir levels drop. We firmly believe this desalinization project would have created a sustainable, drought-tolerant source of water. But the vote came ahead of a heated meeting before the commission, attended by dozens of supporters and critics of the plan. It was considered a crucial decision on the future of the plan after years of other hearings and delays. Yeah, the commissioner said, "The ocean is under attack. I cannot say in good confidence this amount of damage is okay." What is the opposition? Environmentalists who said drawing in large amounts of ocean water And releasing salty discharge back into the ocean would kill billions of tiny marine organisms that make up the base of the food chain along a large swath of the coast. So there you go. If you take the salt out, you got to put it somewhere. And I guess with that plan, it was to dump it back into the ocean. But, of course, the ocean is the ocean. The water that's taken out of the ocean ultimately does flow back to the ocean once it's consumed. Okay, maybe that's above my pay grade, I guess. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, where we leave off there? Let me jump to Hillbilly here on a Wednesday morning. Hillbilly, what's happening out there?
Good morning, Steve. It's playing in the liquid sunshine here in Wilmington at the north. The water supply up there in Lake Mead and the other lake. My uncle lives in Denver. Me and him had a big discussion about this a few years ago. The snowpack, they don't consider how much it's going to add to the lakes until springtime when they start having the melt.
Mm-hmm.
They let it add up, and once they figure out what the snowpack is and how fast it's melt, that's when they start figuring in if it's going to raise the lakes or how fast it's going to go to the water supply. That makes sense. So they let it all add up first before they figure it out.
Right, because snow that falls early in the season, a lot of it could evaporate, so it may not be there later, right?
Right, exactly. And depends how cold it gets, too. The colder it gets, like you said, it evaporates and becomes kind of drier and dry powder. So it don't make as much water. So, I mean, it's a lot to figure in. That's the reason they don't figure it in when it's snowing. They figure it in after springtime when they start having the big smelt. And you got to consider anything west of the Great Divide ain't going to affect the lakes at all anyway, because it's going to go to the Pacific Ocean.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how they figure that out. Now, you would think it'd be a lot of water, but them lakes are pretty good size. I don't know if you ever seen them or not. So it takes a lot of water to make it go up at least 1 foot.
Yeah, man. Well, and it's a lot of. If Lake Powell dropped, what was it, 32 feet last year? Wow, that's a lot of water.
And that caller before me saying, let's let the water supply run out. That's a good idea, but you're shooting yourself in the foot because all the agricultural up and down the river uses that for irrigation. They can't irrigate. They don't have no crops. Our food supply chain starts dwindling. I mean, it's a catch-22, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, no doubt. Yes. Yep.
And our fearless leader dropped the ball again. Like I said, kudos for him going out there, but like I said last night, I'm tired of the blank check. We need to start worrying about the American people. I mean, Mike DeWine's doing all he can for the people of East Palestine, but it's just need some federal help for them people. I mean, who knows how long it's going to affect them?
Mm-hmm.
I know you're saying the water supply is good to drink, but I don't believe anything the government says when it comes to stuff like that. Are they covering it up? Are they getting paid off, or what? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, Norfolk Central's a monster of a company. And I don't know. I'm a firm believer the railroad's got the government in their back pocket anyway, so.
Well, I mean, I shared the numbers earlier. I mean, the millions they have spent in lobbying, and of course, you know, what was it? They were a $17.5, I believe, billion company last year.
I mean, they can afford to help people in that little town. I mean, why not? That'd be good PR in the way I look at it, if they dropped a couple $1 million in that town.
Well, aren't we talking about the same railroads who were bickering over giving their employees some sick paid time off, for the love of God? All they wanted was like 5 days.
Well, I know it's business, but all they care about is the bottom dollar, how much they're going to put in their pockets at the end of the day.
Money.
And, yeah, that's it. With that, Steve, you have a good night.
Yeah, Billy, appreciate you checking in. You do the same. Have a good night out there. I did mention the headline about Walmart. The retail giant's revenue and profit grew more quickly than analysts expected for the 3 months that ended in January. Of course, that included the holiday season. But they're saying things are going to be different this year. More muted earnings for the current fiscal year than anticipated. That's kind of spooked investors. Walmart shares fell 2% in early trading yesterday. The chief executive told analysts on a call that the company's optimistic that more higher-income families will continue shopping with them. It was kind of a similar story at Home Depot, which also announced profits are going to be slimmer this year. Of course, their business is closely tied to the housing market, which has been more and increasingly shaky as mortgage interest rates continue to climb. But all right, we'll get a news break in here, bottom of the hour on the Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. An access granted by House Speaker Kevin McCarthy that Democrats swiftly condemned as a grave breach of security with potentially far-reaching consequences. The hard-right political commentator said his team is spending the week at the Capitol poring through the video and preparing to reveal their findings to its viewers, but granting exclusive access to sensitive January 6 security footage, deeply partisan figure is a highly unusual move seen by some critics as essentially outsourcing House oversight to a TV personality who has promoted conspiracy theories about the attack. The Atlanta Hawks on Tuesday fired coach Nate McMillan, who was unable to follow up on the success of leading the team to the 2021 Eastern Conference Finals. Atlanta General Manager Landry Fields announced the firing. The Hawks are 29-30 and in 8th place in the East this season. Julio Flores, USA News.
Okay, I'm talking funny because I'm in the witness protection program. I have too much credit card debt and I don't want people to find me.
Okay, I'm just kidding. We're going to talk about credit card debt. Right, those plastic things that we all have in our wallet. Are you in your 50s or 60s and you're still carrying around a mound of credit card debt? Would it be nice to start banking that money and save a little money for retirement down the road? We help people restructure their credit card debt all the time. We show people how they can get out of credit card debt in months months, not years. Listen, you'll be carrying around credit card debt for the rest of your life unless you deal with it right now. We offer a free consultation so you can learn how you can finally wipe out your credit card debt and start saving money. Give us a free call right now.
Call Debt Solutions Network now. 866-451-3328. 866-451-3328. That's 866-451-3328.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
If memory serves, we had a debate about some well-known company looking to capitalize on, cheaper labor. I won't mention any names, but if you've been in the business for any length of time, you'll recall looking to capitalize on the H-2B visas to bring drivers in from other countries. Of course, they'll work for less. They think they're getting rich. The Department of Labor has denied iTransport's application for temporary alien labor certification under the H-2B non-immigration program. Back in November, iTransport submitted an H-2B application for temporary employment certification. They wanted to hire drivers between February and November Department of Labor found several issues with the application, including they failed to establish the job opportunity as temporary in nature. It failed to establish there's a temporary need for the number of workers requested. Improperly listed numerous work sites outside the listed area of intended employment. Job orders improperly listed the job type as regular as opposed to temporary. And the basic wage offered was inconsistent throughout the application. In December, the California-based company submitted additional documentation and explanation in support of their H-2B application. However, the Department of Labor still found the company did not establish that the job is temporary in nature, among several other issues. Then last month, they requested administrative review. Tried to explain the need for temporary workers. The need to hire foreign drivers has arisen from the ongoing and critical shortage of truck drivers in the United States. 2/3 of all freight is transported on trucks. Keeping trucks moving is critical for the economy. We know all that stuff. However, the Board of Alien Labor Certification Appeals determined it was abundantly clear from the record that iTransport did not establish a temporary peak load need for workers. All right, there's more to the story, but looking to capitalize. I mean, here I just shared the story a couple hours ago where darn near a third of the owner-operators out there today are talking about if things don't improve as far as financially, by the end of this year, they're going to get out of the business. And there's a problem between the need, the number of trucks that are available, and the amount of freight to be moved right now. It's a night and day difference from what we were talking about 1 year ago. Meanwhile, Carl checks in this morning. Morning, Carl. What's happening?
Yes, sir. Hey, thank you very much for taking my call. I appreciate it. I'd like to get into this Jimmy Carter a little bit. He was what I would consider to be a moderate type of Democrat. He wasn't the far left Democrat that we see nowadays. And he just basically went with the flow, so to speak. And I guess a couple of his major accomplishments, in my opinion, were the Egypt and Israel peace accord over there. And then after he was president, he built houses. He was a leader in helping with a lot of people needing housing, and he did do a good job in that. But as a president, I think he was just basically a time killer in there, and he had some bad things as far as energy goes, and caused a lot of gas lines. And he's on the same lines as Biden and all of that. Mm-hmm. And he's just really, he has a lot of bad energy policy. And I just don't understand Biden, really. He's just weird to me. Giving $113 billion to Ukraine, okay? The same way he's done with Afghanistan. And if we can get out of that, then I think we would be a lot better off. But China, in particular, is looking at all of this. They're exploring the United States with balloons now. And we can't do anything about that really either, because we're just too weak as far as our commander-in-chief goes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we do have a strong military, and but as commander-in-chief, he is responsible for covering all of that and ordering things to be done. And so if we can't get that done, then we're going to be in a world of hurt. And, Ukraine is a big deal, whether people realize it or not. And I'll just close with this. Within the Biden presidency, in my opinion, I think we're going to see Russia take over Ukraine, and I think that China will make a move on Taiwan. And I'll just thank you for taking my call. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, you think that little powwow between Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin may have something to do with that discussion maybe here in a month or two?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed. It's going to happen. Whether it's happened already or not is probably true. They've already discussed that, and they've decided that they're going to do it formally here pretty soon.
Yeah, I have to have everyone on the same page. Timing is crucial in everything, right? All right, there you go. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388. So we've heard in some of the news breaks this morning that might we actually be in the process of at least beginning to see this administration try to do something to at least slow the influx crossing that southern border. It's almost comical because you go back to day one of this administration, immediately reversing all of the previous president's orders, and can't figure out why there's so many millions trying to get into this country. What's the deal? Yeah, so now we're actually looking at maybe going back and re-implementing some of the previous president's orders. The U.S. could bar tens of thousands of migrants arriving at the border from claiming asylum. It's not a done deal yet. It's a proposal that was unveiled yesterday. This would probably be the most wide-ranging attempt yet by the Biden administration to deter people from crossing the border without authorization. Under the new rules, migrants who fail to use existing legal pathways for U.S. entry or seek protection in countries they pass through en route to the United States would automatically be considered not eligible for asylum. Someone brought that up just here in the last week or so. Aren't the rules you're supposed to seek asylum in the nearest country when you get out of yours? In other words, coming from 3 countries south, crossing through the likes of Nicaragua, Guatemala, whatever, and all the way through Mexico to get to the United States, it's not supposed to work that way. Reuters first reported details, which was posted online yesterday. It is subject to a 30-day comment period before being reviewed for final publication. Now, of course, Biden initially pledged to restore asylum access that was curtailed under Donald Trump. But advocates and some fellow Democrats are now criticizing him for increasingly embracing Trump-style restrictions as he has struggled to cope with record numbers of arriving migrants. Now, this type of, legislation, this ban, would definitely mirror pretty much exactly what Trump was doing. Yeah, the ACLU vowed to fight the Biden rule, comparing it to Trump restrictions. It was dubbed as a transit ban. Now, under Trump, they did sue, and the courts sided with them, blocking Trump's ban. We successfully sued to block the Trump transit ban. We will sue again if the Biden administration goes through with this plan. Okay. It says families and single adults would be subject to the restrictions. Unaccompanied minors would be exempt, according to the text of the rule. But, crazy. It is 844-844-3388. Morning, Heat Wave.
Good morning, Senor. Well, we are traveling west on I-40 here. I started in Williams. My co-driver drove through Flagstaff, and she said that's when the rain and the snow started. And the wind has just been whipping. And we're loaded pretty heavily, but even then I can still feel the push of the wind going from south to north. That's surprising. And it's going through the cracks of whatever the old Freightliner door here can't cover. So it's a little breezy. It's got rain and snow mix with snow, and then the lower elevations you just basically run into the rain, the wind and the rain. So eastbound and westbound on 40 here in Arizona, please, please, please be careful. Use some common sense. I know it ain't so common, but you need to try to use it anyways.
I'm looking at your wind advisories out there. I got your zone right here, which is central and northern Arizona. Said winds 35 to 45 miles per hour, gusts 60 to 70, and local gusts up to 75.
Oh, I think it's on the high end of the. I think the gust seems to be the more prevalent winds right now, because I mean it is just getting it.
Wow.
So, yeah. So anything that ain't stuck to the ground is getting blowed over the interstate. So the tumbleweeds are flowing.
I bet.
Yep. So, anyways, well, I just got up here about an hour or so ago and took over here about 30 minutes ago, and I don't know. I just kind of had my head in the sand as far as bad news went, because it's the same news you hear all the damn time. You know, we need to give billions to Ukraine. Well, what about our own people, especially in East Palestine? It was a ballsy move Biden made, taking a 10-hour train ride from Poland to Kyiv. But I mean, I guess I was listening to some talk show earlier this evening, and they said a couple of generals had said, well, they could have taken Biden out anytime they wanted to. They were saying the other generals probably would have jumped in, because nobody wants a World War III, but they damn sure act like they do.
Yeah.
With all these wars and skirmishes. And I think I'm going to be buying me up just a boatload of ammo when I get back, just to have a stockpile, because I am afraid it is going to eventually happen. And what's worse, I believe, is, in 2 years during the election, I mean, good Lord, there's a lot of things that can happen between now and then, and especially then. And I fear for the worst. You hope for the best, but you prepare for the worst. And since I live around Kirtland Air Force Base, the only thing keeping us from getting shellacked out there would be the Sandia Mountains. But, if they do deploy nukes out that way, and Kirtland, although it is a training base, they do have the Department of Energy and the Department of Defense out there working on items out there that could have sway one way or the other in a war. So I mean, yeah, that could be nuked rather easily. So, anyways, but other than that, not a whole lot happening. Just getting by. Lady Heatwave went and seen one of her doctors today, and I wasn't there when she got back to tell me what the news was. So we're still waiting there, and then she's talked to another one of her specialist doctors, and they're looking through the records to see, where in the hell they said she had cancer.
Right. That's what you're sitting on pins and needles waiting for. Where'd this come from? Did someone drop the ball and forget to tell us something we needed to know? Hello?
Yeah. Well, I was reading some of the comments on that post I'd put down, and one said his wife went in for an ultrasound, and then 6 weeks later, the doctor said, "Oh yeah, by the way, you're having twins." It's like, well, wouldn't you think that would have been something to say at the time? Good night.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah. So instead of, eating for two, she was eating for three, and then you're going to have to double what you were getting to begin with, as far as another baby bed, another bassinet, another swing.
Yeah, right.
Jeez. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, 6 weeks ain't a whole lot of time when you're talking about a pregnancy. It's like, yeah, that stuff costs money. So, but yeah, that's about it. Just just out here getting knocked all around hell and back. They got the snow plows are out here about every access area, just sitting and waiting for the snow to hit. And I think my co-driver said that they were expecting up to 9 inches by the end of the day today. I could be wrong on that, but they're in the Flagstaff and Williams area of Arizona. So we're going to try to be heading south on 10, coming across going back to Albuquerque. But I mean, you're talking about Phoenix getting boatload of rain out there. It's like, I think I'm getting about ready for this to end. We'll get some dry weather out here.
Yeah, I'm looking here. Let's see. It's showing Grand Canyon 4 to 6, North Rim 7 to 11. Let me scroll on down. Flagstaff. Let's see here. 4 to 6. Some areas maybe a little bit higher.
Yeah. So, yep, exciting times. Well, until summer gets here, be on the lookout for a little clipper coming down, I guess.
Here's a better. I mean, the numbers vary greatly here. Well, I'm looking at wherever Alpine is. They're saying 9 to 13. Buffalo Pass 8 to 12. Flagstaff is 9 to 13. Yeah, Prescott, Arizona is like 3 to 5. Sedonia 1 to 3. I guess I don't know what it's elevation difference, right? Flagstaff's up in the higher elevation.
Yeah, it's about about 7,500 feet above sea level.
That's why they're getting so much more. Okay, 9 to 13 is what it says here.
Well, bring out the snow shovels.
All right, Heat Wave Senior, thank you for checking in. Let's see, that's heavy snow, very strong winds. Yeah, total accumulation 6 to 12 inches above 6,000 feet. Lesser 2 to 6, down to 5,000 feet. And across northeast Arizona, winds 60 to 70 miles per hour. So we're talking blizzard-like conditions, regardless of the accumulations. But, yeah, we're going to be talking some whiteout kind of stuff, for sure. All right, final hour just ahead here. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. I had no idea. Any clue what's underneath the Lincoln Memorial there in Washington, D.C.? I just thought it was sitting on solid ground. Not the case. Beneath the Lincoln Memorial is what they call an undercroft, a cavernous area filled with rows of tall concrete columns, large expanses of open space that has long been hidden. Washington, D.C. is going to get a new immersive 15,000 square foot museum under the Lincoln Memorial. The renovation will be the largest performed on the monument since it was completed back in 1922. Undercroft renovation, they're saying, has been under discussion for years. According to the Park Service superintendent, over time we've got more excited about the opportunity to take people down there and give them a chance to not only see the space, but to tell the story about the creation of the Lincoln Memorial. The nearly $69 million project will allow visitors to learn about the site's construction history and significant historical events. The exhibit space would include floor-to-ceiling glass walls, providing a view of the long-hidden undercroft and the pillars that actually support the Lincoln Memorial above it, along with an immersive theater presentation that will project images of historic events onto the foundations. Visitors will learn how the memorial was constructed, as well as how the statue became an iconic backdrop for civil rights demonstrations. The museum will also highlight prominent figures who gave and shaped the history of the memorial. But again, had no idea that there was all this space under the Lincoln Memorial. We want to give our donors and visitors of this great monument an excellent experience. And that wasn't something the government funding was going to achieve on its own. So a lot of this is donors putting up the funds for a $69 million renovation project there at the Lincoln Memorial. All right, got a final hour just ahead here. What are we looking at? Updates. We'll get to horse feathers. Looks like Scarecrow will be checking in. I think Eagle may have woke up as well. And a couple of other industry headlines to get to. Iowa Department of Transportation traffic cameras capturing a semi-truck that led to an operating while intoxicated charge for the driver. I guess that was this past day, Waterloo, Iowa. 35-year-old Florida-based truck driver, northbound on I-380, lost control, struck the median bearer. The truck slid, sliding sideways, hitting a sign pole, ripping the trailer open. And it was a load of watermelons, then ended up all over the highway. Of course, they reported finding alcoholic beverage containers in the truck. Following a breathalyzer, he was over the legal limit, so he's been arrested for operating while intoxicated charges. There you go. Final hour again, coming up on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. The Supreme Court is considering a lawsuit that could fundamentally change Internet law. The High Court heard arguments Tuesday in Gonzalez versus Google. The case challenges a controversial law known as Section 230, which shields websites from being responsible for harmful user-generated content. It stems from the killing of a college exchange student by an ISIS gunman in Paris in 2015. The plaintiffs claim YouTube, which is owned by Google, acted as a recruiting platform for the group by recommending Islamic State-related content. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says the water of East Palestine is safe to drink. He said that's because the water has been tested and will continue to be tested. This comes after a freight train of more than 50 cars derailed in the town earlier this month, spilling toxic chemicals and sparking a massive fire. DeWine also mentioned a clinic has been opened after residents started to report health issues after the derailment. Biden says he's confident about bipartisan support for aid to Ukraine and argues from Poland there's only one way to handle leaders like Russian President Putin.
Biden says he remains confident about bipartisan support for aid to Ukraine and argues from Poland there's only one way to handle leaders like Russian President Putin.
We're seeing again today what the people of Poland and the people across Europe saw for decades. Appetites of the autocrat cannot be appeased. They must be opposed.
Earlier this month, 11 Republicans in the House, led by Armed Services Committee member Matt Gaetz of Florida, submitted a resolution to end U.S. support for Ukraine's self-defense. In Washington, I'm Jared Rizzi.
Winter weather alerts are in effect for millions of people across more than 20 states as the powerful storm impacts a large portion of the U.S. this week. The National Weather Service says to expect heavy snow from the West Coast to the Northeast through Thursday. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty, and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Former NFL head coach Jim Caldwell is no longer interested in the position he once held. The Carolina Panthers senior assistant said that he doesn't plan to pursue another head coaching job after being passed on for the Panthers and Denver Bronco jobs this offseason. The 68-year-old was the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts from 2009 to 2011 and the Detroit Lions from 2014 to 2017. Before being hired onto Frank Reich's staff, he most recently worked in the NFL as an assistant head coach and quarterbacks coach of the Miami Dolphins in 2019. Caldwell stated that he will be continuing to be part of the quarterback coaching summit that aims to get offensive-minded black coaches in the college ranks ready for the NFL and head coaching positions. The Nets are extending their head coach. Brooklyn has agreed to an extension with Jacques Vaughn that is expected to keep him under contract through the 2026-27 season. Vaughn was initially named interim head coach on November 1st, and the team has the league's 5th best record at 32-19 since he took over for Steve Nash. The Atlanta Hawks are parting ways with their head coach. Atlanta fired Nate McMillan on Tuesday following a 29-30 start to the season. ESPN is reporting the Hawks coaching search will begin with Quinn Snyder, who was once an assistant coach on the Atlanta staff. Milwaukee Bucks associate head coach Charles Lee and Golden State Warriors assistant Kenny Atkinson are also considered early candidates for the job. Brittany Griner is making her return to the WNBA. The Phoenix Mercury announced Griner re-signed with the team Tuesday for a 1-year deal. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Nothing fights the winter blues like a delicious and satisfying meal. Luckily, Omaha Steaks makes it easy to stock up and fill your freezer with flavor. Save on perfectly portioned favorites, easy meals, and so much more with Omaha Steaks Freezer Filler Sale. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $30 off your order. That's $30 off an endless variety of gourmet choices. Visit omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout to get that extra $30 off your order. Minimum order may be required.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. but instead you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, that's my clue to get that final hour off and rolling. Good to have you on board if you weren't with us early out of the box. Several listening friends said, "Hey, Steve, I got a notification on Rumble. Are you live on Rumble?" A couple of weeks ago, we went on Rumble with the podcasts. So you can go back and listen to previous programs, but we were not live. That all apparently changed this morning, live on Rumble. Another outlet after the loss of YouTube. That's the direction we discussed and decided to go that route. I didn't realize that, I guess Josh and the team there in Mount Gilead had got it done. So we are live on Rumble now, which you can pull that up on your PC or your laptop, rumble.com. For smartphone users, your Android, your iPhone, you can download free the Rumble app. And, of course, still on Facebook as we had been. And there you go. So one step at a time, baby steps, continuing to try to grow the program. Well, Pete Buttigieg, DOT secretary, now coming out admitting I made a few errors in judgment as far as the response to the train derailment, the tepid response. During a Nexstar television interview, he acknowledged the DOT could have established more efficient communication with the leaders and the residents of that community. But to be clear, at the same time, our department was on the ground within hours helping with the response in the investigation. I respect the separate role of the National Transportation Safety Board, but we have been on the ground literally from day one to make sure that we're doing our part to support. When you say we, and you mean they, not you, but they. He did say, I could have spoken out sooner. I'm making sure we're focused on the actions that are going to make a difference, right? Now, in a separate television interview, Buttigieg tried to justify the Biden administration's secondary role in handling the incident, which later evolved into a toxic chemical spill and massive chemical explosion. He did say yesterday on Good Morning America about a likely visit to East Palestine. I'm planning to go. Our folks were on the ground from the first hours. I do want to stress the National Transportation Safety Board needs to be able to do this work independently. When I go, the focus is going to be on action. So there you go. Pete Buttigieg is coming to the rescue, 2.5, 3 weeks after the fact. This is not going to be a photo opportunity, which could be construed as a potential jab at Donald Trump, who's planning to visit East Palestine, I believe, today, if all goes according to plan. Now, if so, Buttigieg could run the risk of further alienating a sector of Ohio voters who largely supported Trump in the previous 2 presidential elections. Okay. I could have spoke out a bit sooner, but he's the top man for the job. He's your guy. Yes, Horse Feathers, what else you got?
Hey, wanted to say I saw a post in there from one of my friends there in eastern, around the Lancaster County, Harrisburg area there. They were showing that they get their water from a local grocery store there, their bottled water, and I guess there's a bottling plant there somewhere in the area of East Palestine or something, within like 10, 15 miles. So if
really,
if anybody gets grocery store bottled water there, it's one of the larger grocery chains there. Keep an eye there where you're getting your water from, and see where it's bottled at, and maybe, just keep an eye. Maybe you want to not be getting your water if it comes from 10 miles around. Maybe if it's upstream from East Palestine, but if it's downstream, maybe that wouldn't be such a good thing. I don't know. Not sure exactly where that bottling plant is out there, and I would assume that they do it for more than one grocery chain, But it was the store brand gallon jugs of water that they had. So, anyways, just thought I'd throw that out there real quick.
So I'm trying to find the scoop here. Giant Eagle, is that the one he posted?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And I don't know, Giant there, they got that markings there to kind of like a Kroger marking. So I don't know if Giant's any connection with Kroger at all. That would be something to check into. And anyways, hey, speaking of Kroger, now Ricky Stenhouse Jr. there, he drives a Kroger car, correct?
I think so, yeah.
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
So is that Kroger's first Daytona 500 victory, or have they been to Victory Lane there before?
I have to do a little checking on that. That may be a first.
That's what I was thinking there. So congratulations to Kroger for that, and I guess Danica should have stuck it out a little longer then, huh? Instead of maybe she'd be with a Daytona 500 winner now instead.
I saw something.
She's at.
After that race Sunday night, it wasn't but a few hours later, somebody I know had posted something. It was a photograph of Danica in her bikini, saying something along the line, come on back, Ricky. The front door's open.
There you go. Yep. So anyways, there. All right. Well, that's about what we got for you here. So we'll let you see what we can get into here for the last few minutes.
All right. What he meant by the front doors open, I'm not exactly sure what that meant, but I think that was a little. Yeah. So what he's talking about there, I had not seen that. Giant Eagle, with the train derailment leading to concerns of contamination, Giant Eagle grocery stores have opted to remove gallon-sized bottled water products that were produced at a facility about 25 miles away in Salineville. According to the release from Giant Eagle, it has made the decision to remove all gallon size or greater Giant Eagle brand spring water products sourced from the Salineville facility until further notice. This is out of an abundance of caution as we continue to receive assurances from our water vendor. We also recognize that regional and national health officials continue to send resources to East Palestine to learn as much as possible about the potential impact to the health of the community. So that was about making this decision. We have had daily conversations with representatives from the Salineville facility and has learned that the water used in these products comes from a protected spring located at a higher elevation than East Palestine and is not near groundwater sources directly impacted by the incident. But the company said that it will evaluate ongoing testing and potential impacts to the spring source before making a decision to return those products to the store shelves. Their decision to pull bottled water more than 2 weeks after the train casualty, hazmat materials, all that stuff. All right, so there you go. 14 past the hour, Scarecrow here on a Wednesday. Happy Hump Day.
Let us know, let us know, let us know. I guess it is the season, right?
Yeah, is it going to be piling up at your home 20 there?
No, not really. When I left last night, we had maybe 3 inches on the ground at the yard, 2.5, 3, and I haven't heard if any more came after that. I didn't lose, but maybe 5 to 10 minutes on my eastbound run there, Steve. They used their heads and did not pre-treat this time, so the driving lane most of the way was blowing clear and whatnot. So it felt pretty bad going around the four-wheelers with the dust kicking up, but that's a part of the price of entertainment, I guess.
There you go.
But yeah, I guess round 2 comes later today, I believe. I think we're in like the 8 to 12 band or something like that. But yeah, that whole thing up in Minneapolis area, that's a curiosity. Now, I run out of La Crosse. We have 4 more trucks that run out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. That's about an hour from the Minnesota line on 94. And none of those guys came down last night. They left the yard and decided they weren't even going to try battling whatever they were getting up there. So yeah, it's apparently piling up. Now, yesterday morning, 2 different radio stations. Now, when snowfalls are forecast, they'll give the peak volume, the high volume of what, if in the perfect world, what it could pile up to. Well, one local radio station said potential for 28 inches in Minneapolis. The other said 25. Like I say, that's all subject to change. But yeah, that for the airport to operate under those conditions would be extremely unlikely. Coincidentally, yesterday morning, a neighbor of my mom's, he came by. He usually does her driveway clearing, and just to say that he might be able to come in early Thursday morning, but they're planning on driving up to Minneapolis to catch a plane to Florida or do a cruise and whatnot. So it'd be interesting to hear what kind of war stories they have to report back on, or
right,
maybe even get a
yep.
flight out of the cities, But yeah, it's and I just looked at the Weather Channel. They're still saying looks like records are going to fall for that part of the state. So either way, I know this may be my last night of the week. I know I'm not going out tomorrow night. Milwaukee, they're supposed to be in that ice band and such. So the question whether shuttle freight will even make it into Milwaukee out of Chicago and Indiana and such. So I'm definitely not running. Well, I guess that's tonight now. And as far as Thursday night, Friday morning, I guess that's up in the area too. But so anyway, moving on from there, let's see. I had all kinds of chapter after chapter lined up here, and now I'm just drawing a blank on it there. Anyway, your son Steven there, obviously he's been getting kudos right and left here, and he's going to get another one from me there, partner. But there's one thing missing in this scenario, Steve, and the whole thing. Superheroes are not born. Superheroes are mentored in a loving, caring atmosphere. And Steve, I think you and the princess, they need to take a bow there too. Stephen did not get where he is on his own. No, he's had guidance through the years, and so yeah, don't be shy to take a bow there, bud. Job well done. Last night when Pappy was expressing his congratulatory note there and such, he did touch on the fact that he had 23, 24 years or such, and he hadn't seen an award like that.
Probably
Steve,
should have got one a few times, he said. Yeah.
Oh, I could feel the sorrow in his voice as he's saying that. So, Steve, right here and now, I propose we establish the overnight drive, the 2023 law enforcement personnel extraordinaire, and we'll name Pappy our current selection there. And to top that off, and frosting on the cake, Steve, I don't think there's hardly been a call that he's made where I haven't got a little education somewhere along the way. He spews information and such way. He's so well versed in handing out them big cookies. I think Pappy himself deserves a cookie. What do you think?
I was thinking right along that line. Pappy gets the big cookie.
Okay. And anyway, I think of the truck show a little bit. If I remember right, Sylvester, he's supposed to be coming up, right?
That is, yep, if all goes according to plan, correct.
Have you ever heard the phrase shoey? SHOEY. I'm suggesting that you want to bring an extra pair of shoes to that truck show. Heat Wave, we know you're going to make an appearance. You better bring some extra shoes. I'm thinking Sylvester, when he greets all you guys, he's going to propose a toast. Now, I seen this on the local news last night. It's a tradition in Australia that congratulatory victories and things like that, to pour the booze in a shoe or boot or whatever will hold the liquor, and then you drink it from there. So I gotta fully believe it. Sylvester's want to propose a toast to all you guys that are in attendance down there. So unless you want to put an old shoe back on that's been all liquored up, way, you may want to have an extra pair of footgear with there. And I guess the other little trivia, well, I better throw in my little Friday, casual Friday, since I might not be there. We had the race down in Daytona last weekend there, and the administration, they missed the perfect opportunity in their playbook. Steve, there was that dirigible buzzing around the crowd there again that, it happens to attend all these major public sports activities for years and years around the country and whatnot. I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd have ordered them Thunderbirds to, hit the ground and
shoot it down.
They're fully battle. Well, they're not battle ready, but they can be, changed over. They're serviceable. They can be made weapon ready in a short order way. That would have been quite the photo moment. That squadron up there, taking out that nasty dirigible that flies around, masquerading as a Goodyear Pro billboard. It's funny how it's managed to slip in under the radar all these years and whatnot. But that's all the casualness I have for now, there, Steve. If I don't catch you before the weekend, you have a fine one. Let's do it again, all right?
All right, good luck with all the snow and ice. Yeah, if you get 12, 8, 10 inches, not much. Ain't a whole lot going to be moving for a while there.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, got us a Wednesday, a.k.a. Hump Day. Hello to Steve there in Columbus. Good morning, Mr. Summers, all the listeners out there. Before we know it, we'll be halfway through the work week. Looking forward to the weekend. It's shaping up to be a pretty nice day here in the central Ohio region. Anyway, I suppose it's time to head into town, see what the trash has in it today. The coffee is hot, by the way. Everybody enjoy. Hey, Mike. Happy Wednesday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. All right, we'll see how this winter storm tracks. Looks like freezing rain and ice across the lower portion of Michigan. Heavy snow everywhere else up north. We shall see what develops going into work this morning. Thursday, not so much. We shall see. He may not be out there tomorrow morning. But at this point, we are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make that flip back to Fort Wayne once again. Stay safe out there, drivers, today. Semper Fi, says Truckin' Phil. All right, yeah, if you're in that, I know the southern portions of lower Michigan in that zone, ice storm warnings. And they're talking, like a quarter to maybe a half inch of ice accretion. So that includes, I'm looking here from, say, maybe close to Benton Harbor, all the way up to Holland, Michigan, from on east to Lansing, down to Jackson, Michigan. Check in, see what they're talking. Significant icing expected. Total accumulations up to half an inch. Total snow and sleet accumulations up to 1 inch. So they're talking half inch of ice accretion. Yeah, that's why you've got ice storm warning starting 10 a.m. this morning to 4 a.m. Eastern Thursday morning. Now, let's see. South Haven and Kalamazoo, Michigan, talking ice accumulations about a quarter to a half inch. Yet winds gusting 40 miles per hour. Yeah, power outages, tree damage likely due to the ice. Travel could become nearly impossible. And those hazards could impact even the evening commute later today. I imagine there's going to be some schools, if they don't close outright, if they do go in to start the day, probably going to be dismissing early in the day with that forecast there. All right, it is 844-844-3388, and I pulled up a shoey, the Australian slang for a celebratory drink out of a shoe. Well, there you go. Are we going to do a shoey? Back after this.
USA News Update. The Biden administration is out with a new immigration policy that seeks to limit asylum. The protection would not be available to those who didn't apply before entering Mexico. In order to seek asylum, migrants must schedule a time to arrive at a port of entry. There would be exceptions for some victims of trafficking. The proposal must go through the normal rulemaking process that allows for public comment. Police in Colorado Springs are investigating a Tuesday night shooting that sent at least 5 people to the hospital. It happened just after 7 p.m. local time at a convenience store. Police say 2 large groups started fighting there and several gunshots rang out. Colorado Springs police says there's no word yet on a motive, but juveniles may be involved. Ohio Governor Mike DeWine says the water of East Palestine is safe to drink. He said that's because the water has been tested and will continue to be tested. This comes after a freight train with more than 50 cars derailed in the town earlier this month. Julio Flores, USA News.
Attention, small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You may be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Credit. Call Omega Accounting Solutions to see if your business is eligible to recover payroll tax paid during the pandemic. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute consultation to determine your qualifications. Call Omega Accounting Solutions at 800-300-9-ERC. Omega's knowledgeable staff will streamline the process of filing complicated paperwork. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. CPAs even turn to Omega for ERC guidance. Take advantage of this exclusive small business tax credit before it's too late. The 3-year sunset deadline is setting soon. So find out if you qualify today. Call 800-300-9-ERC. That's 800-300-9-ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredits.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed, lines available as we, round third, head toward home on a Wednesday, hump day. Pappy chimed in there. He said, the big cookie. Thumbs up, I'm honored. There you go, right? Yeah, what goes around comes around. Hello, Kentucky Ken. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew and Mr. Summers. Old Kentucky Ken saying, good morning. Up a little early for delivery. Up off Northland Boulevard in the Tri-County area. I'm very familiar. Safe travels there. Kentucky Ken is listening in. Hope all's been going well there. Hey, pre-trip. We don't need no stinking pre-trip. Do you take care of your pre-trip on a regular basis? Got a couple of back-to-back stories from CDL Life this past day, starting with California, where the Highway Patrol there reminding drivers about the importance of pre-trip inspections and commercial motor vehicle speed limits after a truck driver was forced to use the runaway truck ramp there. This was issued by the Fort Tejon Grapevine Division yesterday. The runaway truck ramp located on the east and west side of northbound I-5 for this reason. This commercial vehicle was traveling at such a high rate of speed prior to entering the ramp. It traveled to the end of the ramp. I mean, they literally all the way to the end. This driver was either traveling too fast, downgrade, or suffered possible mechanical failure. Either way, they observed and used the runaway truck ramp before being involved or causing a crash. Now, we're asking drivers to step it up in terms of pre-trip inspections and obeying the speed limits to help prevent similar runaway truck situations. Doing the pre-trip for commercial drivers prior to travel is the utmost importance. Don't rush it. Make sure your equipment's in good working order and the load is secure. Obey all the laws related to commercial vehicles, especially lanes and speed limits. Please travel safe. So that's a situation that could have ended much differently. And yeah, obviously, this truck was barreling down that hill because all the way up to the peak of that truck ramp. And the other story comes from a driver who shared a video. Kind of demonstrates a less common but equally as important reason to do your pre-trip. In the video clip, a driver turns on his camera to show what's an apparent temporary campsite someone had erected under the parked trailer. Homeless individual, something of that nature. You had the blankets and all that all packed up under the trailer. Check your trucks, the driver wrote in the caption. Several people commented on the story. One said, I had one under my trailer once in Memphis. I was stunned. Also had a scenario where a baby deer and one occasion a turkey. Now, I've never not done a full walk around since that homeless person seeking shelter from the rain was under my trailer. One other comment said they should do a public service announcement to the homeless people to inform them about the amount of drivers that do not do their pre-trip. Reminding them that this would be their last nap under a trailer. If you don't do the pre-trip, no doubt that could easily happen, right? Well, let's see. Is Eagle still on board? Oh, he dozed off again. Hey, your 2 out of 3 ain't bad on a Wednesday morning. We got him in the first hour. All right, got an update on a story we talked briefly about a couple weeks ago. Another dead whale appeared in the Manasquan Inlet, the 9th now reported off the New Jersey and New York coasts. This was last week. Point Pleasant's mayor said that the inlet watching the whale bob in the water, this thing is about the size of a school bus. According to local reports, representatives from the Marine Mammal Stranding Center, police, and the Office of Emergency Management were present waiting for the whale to hit the beach last week. NOAA's Greater Atlantic Regional Fisheries Office said they're aware of the latest whale and they're investigating. But the beached whales have sparked this debate among environmental groups about the role of the wind power industry. And they're thinking using the sonar as they're mapping the terrain under the water, that may be affecting the whales and marine life there off the coast of New York and New Jersey. Well, federal environmental and energy officials also last week, just before this latest whale beached, tried to quell the controversy over whether the work being done by the offshore wind power industry is killing the whales. They say there is no evidence that this is happening. In a hastily arranged briefing for reporters, NOAA's administrator and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management addressed a spat of whale deaths on the East Coast. Some suspect may be being caused by the site preparation for the offshore wind farms. There have been 14 whale strandings on the East Coast since December 1st, including humpback whales, which are common in the area, and some sperm whales, which are an endangered species. Now, the call came just 2 days after the latest reported death of a humpback whale that washed ashore Monday in Maryland. The death of that whale following the deaths of 7 in New Jersey and New York, and again, that's up to 9. NOAA officials say they've been studying the phenomenon of humpback whales dying at elevated rates along the East Coast for several years. Dating back to January of 2016, they say 178 of the animals have washed ashore dead between Maine and Florida, so the entire East Coast. Post-mortem examinations were done on maybe half of the animals, and of those, 40% showed some evidence of human interaction, either being entangled in fishing gear or struck by a prop, a vessel. In other cases, the animals were too decomposed for an effective investigation, but in no case, they say, has a whale been proven to have been killed by offshore wind activity. I want to be unambiguous. There's no information supporting that any of the equipment used in the support of the offshore wind development could directly lead to the death of a whale. There's no known connections between any offshore wind activities and whale strandings. But again, several of the groups citing, again, the sonar being used to map the ocean floor. All right, so I don't know, trying to say there's nothing to see here. Any industrial activity, especially reckless industrial development that is massive in scope, scale, magnitude, should be required to prove it is protective of the marine ecosystem. That's what the environmental groups are saying. But they're examining the ocean floor for the sustainability of foundations for wind turbines, as well as laying cables between them, between the wind turbines and the shoreline. Now, that involves multi-beam sound equipment, side scan sonar, and something called cone penetration testing, where a drill on top of a vessel presses a metal rod into the seafloor to test the friction and resistance of the soil, some of what's going on there off the East Coast. Let's see, it's 844-3388.
Which I have to bring in the fact that the environmentalists sued and forced the U.S. Navy to quit using their new sonar because it was beaching the whales and seals and other sea critters that use, their God-given sonar. So, so much about, sonar not having anything to do with it. It's just amazing, government when they want to do something, they're going to get it done. The environmentalists don't, they don't care about all that, including blowing up pipelines for Russia. It's looking more and more like the only one that could have done that was America. So we were committing a war offense on Russia before, way ahead of time. And what the environmental situation in Palestine, Ohio. Thank you, Horse Feathers, for the
heads up, my wife's an avid bottled water drinker. I got a perfectly good well. And to me, all that stuff, that bottled water tastes like swimming pool water. So I'll be looking at that. I've run in there this week, or today, I guess. I'm going to get a couple of things of water, double check it, at least what's in the store, be safe. But, you know, oh yeah, the drinking water's fine. But, you know, I'm still waiting for them to start talking about agriculture. You know, them cows and dairy cows that are down, you know, downwind or lapping up water out of that creek, you know.
Yeah, the cows and the deer. I was when I saw that video yesterday, the guy that was along the creek, and when he's using his foot to push some of the rocks and whatnot, you can see the chemicals. So yes, anything that's drinking water, and that's where the wildlife gets their drinking water from, right? The streams and the brooks.
And it goes into the milk. The reason why I bring up milk cows, because you know who drinks milk in our culture, you know, babies. And you know, there's a lot more to this. Have you heard anything more about the chemicals moving downstream towards you?
Well, Cincinnati and Northern Kentucky both closed off the water intakes last Sunday about 2:00 in the morning. I don't know if they're still closed off, but yeah, they had detected some of the chemicals in the river. They didn't detect any chemicals in the intakes at that point, but as a precaution, they shut the intakes down.
Well, there you go. You got fellas out there fishing, you know, and that you got fish that have small amounts, survivable amounts in it. They're going to put it on their plate and eat it, feed it to their children. Yeah, this is bigger than what we think. And I heard that. But let them say about East Coast that the sonar has nothing to do with it. When they forced the Navy to shut down the sonar. By the way, and that was not long after I believe China had come to off the coast of Los Angeles and shot a missile just to show that to Barack Obama that they could do it and do it undetected. And they were doing it in protest for him flying out to, the Asian basin to try to sell our airplanes. And I will give Obama, I do remember him saying this one thing, and they must have noted back in that day. He did encourage them or push them to, revamp our Poseidon or missile bases. So maybe that if we do have active bases and they're in shape, it goes on him. Somebody does something good, you give him credit. There's very little you can give to him on that. But other than that, we're going to sit back and copy the mail. We're going to avoid bottled water. We ain't going to drink the milk, so we don't drink it anyway. But and coffee and a beer and with my dinner, unless it's Cheerios, of course. Well, wait a minute. I guess I'm going to have to use my Budweiser beer to eat my Cheerios now, dadgummit. Well, hey, listen, if you can't find it anywhere, any place, on any of those other news networks, you will find it and be educated on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. This is 5-7. We down. Go to Coffee Investment.
Thank you very
much.
much.
That notification.
Midnight Hour, Facebook, Rumble. You got it. And the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. conditions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, 757 brought up the Nord Stream pipeline. That was in the news last week, and I don't know how to take it. The U.S. continues to deny that it had any involvement in the damage to the Nord Stream 1 and 2 pipelines back last September. But in case you missed it, last Wednesday, an investigative journalist, Seymour Hersh, published a report on his Substack blog stating that U.S. Navy divers set bombs that massively damaged the Nord Stream, the natural gas pipeline in the Baltic. After the report was published, the White House called the accusation utterly false, complete fiction. Republican Senator Mike Lee of Utah posted last week that if the allegations are true, he and many of his colleagues were not aware of the plan. I'm troubled that I cannot immediately rule out the suggestion that the U.S. blew up Nord Stream. Now, I've checked with a bunch of Senate colleagues. Among those that I've asked, none were ever briefed on this. If it turns out to be true, we've got a huge problem, he says. All right, now this guy is a Pulitzer Prize winner for his report revealing that U.S. troops massacred Vietnamese civilians, in My Lai back in 1968. Now, his report said that Navy divers planted the explosives as a part of a Central Intelligence Agency operation under Biden's direction. Of course, the explosion damaged pipelines designed to carry natural gas from Russia to other European countries. Nonetheless, the Pentagon continues to deny U.S. involvement, but Russia is demanding consequences, pointing at the U.S. After the post, Russia's deputy foreign minister said that the Biden administration is at fault. That was in an interview last Thursday. Now, he said he and the Kremlin already had come to that conclusion that the U.S. or maybe U.S. allies were responsible for that. By and large, Yesterday's publication confirmed a conclusion we made for ourselves. According to official representatives of the foreign ministry, we never had any doubts that the United States, possibly other NATO countries, were involved in this sabotage. But he said whoever was responsible must be punished. Now, a week before the report published, Russia's foreign minister accused the U.S. of its involvement in the Nord Stream explosions. As proof, he cited a Senate hearing in which Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs Victoria Nuland said the Biden administration was glad the pipeline wasn't being used. I mean, for months, the U.S. had been supplying military aid to Ukraine in the ongoing war with Russia. That's just, so this, again, this guy says he has the information, like apparently the Navy divers planted these, I guess it was C4, and it was there for weeks or maybe a couple of months before they actually like pushed the button to detonate, if that makes sense. I don't know. Will we ever know the truth? All right, coming up here very shortly as we close things out on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Stick around with TNCRadio.live. Tuesday night is Ladies' Night. The primetime shows. Coming up first, it's the St. Christopher Fund's Shannon Courier with her special brand of hospitality on the Southern route. Next up, stick around for Shelley and Kathy with Women Road Warriors. Finally, starting at 7 a.m., Sarah Barnes-Humphrey brings you all the latest on supply chain with thoughts and coffee. All three fresh and new and entertaining, made just for you, the truck drivers. And no two ways about it. Looks like the next couple of days are going to be a bit very dicey weather-wise. For the drivers out there, you can dial us up. Let us know what you're seeing out there. Give us updates on the Facebook Truckers Safety Info Group, including TNC Radio's morning weather briefing. If you're not familiar, you can join the group of over 6,000 truckers, keeping each other updated on the latest information as far as weather, traffic, and safety out there. And again, at the start of the program, numerous interstates shut down in South Dakota, as well as Wyoming, and I think there's going to be a whole lot more of that by the time we come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight, as we'll be rolling into a Thursday. Join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.